Chapter 2683. Chen Zhao raised his right arm made of gold and punched at Qingping. However, when his fist was swung halfway, the power disappeared like a clay ox entering the sea. The next moment, Qingping spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. "Sir, what grudge do you have with the Mao Mountain?" Qingping was shocked. Not only was the person in front of her also at the Shangqing stage, but his cultivation and combat ability far surpassed hers. She didn't understand where this monster in front of her had come from. Such cultivation and combat ability. She was heavily injured in just one round. "Where is Zhang Ding?" Qin Zhao asked calmly. "Today, only one of them can live." "Sir, do you know that bullying the weak is taboo? The major sects of Huaxia will not allow you to do this." "The major sects of Huaxia?" "Ask Zhang Tianyi if he dares to say this to me. I'll leave it at that. If we fight to the death, you won't feel good even if I'm not your match." Qingping looked at Qin Zhao with a cold expression. "I don't feel good? You should think about whether your Mao Mountain disciples deserve to die." Qin Zhao's eyes were full of murderous intent. He turned to the man in black. "Emo Han, do it. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me." The man in black was once a top-level assassin, Emo Han. Now he was forced to become Qin Zhao's dog. Emo Han hesitated, then raised his sword again. "Don't you dare!" Daoist Qingping shouted. But this time, she couldn't stop Emo Han. A black ball appeared in the sky. A terrifying black ball. It was a neutron star formed by Chen Zhao's small world. Even if Chen Zhao didn't use the meteor technique, he could destroy most of the Mao Mountain intersect. Qingping's eyes narrowed. Her cultivation was very high, so she could feel the terrifying and destructive power contained in the black ball. It wasn't very big, and it wasn't much different from the black ball from before. If she dared to do anything, Chen Zhao would release the neutron star. This also made her cautious. After all, Qin Zhao was alone, but her disciples and grand-disciples were here. So, she couldn't take the risk. Emo Han's sword fell. Accompanied by the pitiful screams of a disciple, his arm was chopped off. Daoist Master Qingping glared angrily, and a terrifying aura began to erupt from his body. And this aura began to suppress Emo Han's movements. Emo Han's face, which was wrapped in black cloth, became extremely distorted. Not only did he feel Sage Qingping's aura, but he also felt Qin Zhao's pressure on him. Qin Zhao looked at the Yao ceiling pagoda with an evil smile. Sensing Qin Zhao's gaze, perfected Master Qingping cursed inwardly. "Sir, no matter what grudges you have with my Mao Mountain, you've already brought great losses to my Mao Mountain. Why must you be so overbearing?" "Overbearing? Today, I'm just teaching you a lesson. Choosing an idiot as the sect leader will bring a lot of losses to the sect." The neutron star above Chen Zhao's head shot toward the Yao ceiling tower. "You!" Perfected Qingping could no longer care about Qin Zhao. She had to stop Qin Zhao's madness. The importance of the demon banishing pagoda was undeniable to the Mao Shan sect. It could even be said that the Yao ceiling pagoda was the lifeline of the Mao Shan sect. If the Yao ceiling pagoda was lost, then the beautiful scenery of the Mao Shan sect would become mediocre. Perhaps it wouldn't affect much in 1 or 2 generations, but it would be difficult for it to be passed down for another 1,000 years. Perfected Master Qingping stood in front of the neutron star. Her little world spun wildly. When the neutron star entered her little world, she could already feel that it was almost infinite. But even so, she couldn't take a step back. The Yao ceiling pagoda was more important than anyone in the Mao Shan sect, even more important than her. Her little world tried its best to stop the neutron star's trajectory. But at that moment, Chen Zhao appeared in front of perfected Master Qingping. Qin Zhao grabbed perfected Master Qingping's neck with one hand. Perfected Master Qingping's cultivation was very high, but her combat ability was really mediocre. Chen Zhao pressed perfected Master Qing Ping to the ground and stepped on her with one foot. Come here. Use the dirty technique on her too. Emohan trembled. He dared to use the dirty technique on Chen Zhao because he didn't know what kind of person Chen Zhao was. But that didn't mean he dared to use it on perfected Master Qing Ping. Perfected Master Qing Ping was a legend of the previous generation. Her reputation was close to that of the current Celestial Master Zhang. In terms of seniority, she was one generation higher than Celestial Master Zhang. Chen Zhao wanted him to use the dirty technique on perfected Master Qing Ping. If that happened, there would probably be no place for him in the entire spiritual world. But when Chen Zhao turned his cold gaze, Emohan couldn't help but shiver. Hurry up! Don't test my patience, Chen Zhao urged. Mr. Qin, I really can't. Emohan was about to cry. If you dare to use the dirty technique on me, why don't you use it on her? Are you looking down on me? I'm not. I don't know. Emohan didn't know that he was just helping an old friend solve a small problem. He didn't think that it would cause such a huge problem. The Great North Island, the Wanren Association, and the Giant Serpent were all destroyed because of this. And now it was the Maoshan sect's turn. He didn't expect Chen Zhao to be so bold. He was actually planning to go against a top sect all by himself. Stop! Just then, Zhang Tiany's voice came from afar. Chen Zhao looked over and saw Zhang Tiany flying toward him from afar. Old Zhang, you're here to play too? Are you here to burn incense or read your fortune? Zhang Tiany's expression darkened. Chen Zhao was still joking with him at a time like this. Chen Zhao, why are you doing this? Do you know the consequences of doing this? When he received the message, it was from someone he had planted in the inner sect of Maoshan sect. At first, he thought that it was fake news. Someone had come to the Maoshan sect to cause trouble. This kind of news seemed fake, no matter how he looked at it. But when he did his divination, he realized that the situation had changed. That was why he hurried to Maoshan sect, using greater teleportation and distance reduction. Consequences? My attack on the Maoshan sect will have serious consequences? So if the Maoshan sect attacks me, the consequences won't be serious? Old Zhang, is that what you mean? You're talking about what happened that night. Isn't it settled? I thought it was settled, but then Zhang Ding plotted against me. Him? Plotted against you? How could he do that? Others might not know, but I do. How could someone of his level of training be able to plot against you? Unfortunately, he succeeded. Oh, that's him. He was hired by Zhang Ding. It took me a lot of effort to catch him. Zhang Tiany frowned. He still couldn't be sure of the situation, but he could tell that Emohan's level of training was far below Chen Zhao's. How was he supposed to plot against Chen Zhao? Was this a joke? This was all Zhang Ding's doing. It has nothing to do with anyone else in Maoshan sect. Old Zhang, aren't you ashamed to say that? Chen Zhao smirked at Zhang Tiany. Zhang Ding is a heavenly master and a Taoist of the Maoshan sect. You're telling me that what he did has nothing to do with the Maoshan sect? Chapter 2684. Zhang Tiany was speechless. The actions of a sect leader naturally represented the power of the sect behind him. If Zhang Ding was plotting against Chen Zhao could naturally go to the Mao Mountain sect. I stand by what I said. Either I destroy Zhang Ding today, or I destroy the Maoshan sect. Don't you dare, madman. Qingping Jinren had just escaped from Chen Zhao's grasp, and he was already threatening him again. It was not exactly harsh words, but Zhang Ding represented the Maoshan sect no matter what. No matter what happened to Zhang Ding after this, he couldn't hand him over to an outsider. Chen Zhao turned to look at Qingping Jinren. I mean what I say. What if I don't allow it? Zhang Tiany asked. Old Zhang, we've known each other for quite some time now, but we've never really decided who's better. Since we can't argue, why don't we use this opportunity to decide who's the winner? Chen Zhao stretched his limbs. You want to protect the Mao Shan sect, and I want to destroy it. Let's talk with our fists. Zhang Tianyi frowned. He actually supported Qin Zhao's argument. No matter where it was, the bigger fists made the most sense. However, he was there to uphold justice, not to fight for the Mao Shan sect. If this had happened on Dragon Tiger Mountain, he wouldn't have said a word. The problem was that the Mao Shan sect had nothing to do with him, and it was Qin Zhao. Jinren Zhang, please help the Mao Shan sect, Qingping Jinren said. In terms of cultivation, she was second only to Zhang Tianyi, and in terms of seniority, she was one generation above him. Logically speaking, Zhang Tianyi should have bowed to her. But now, she had no choice but to beg Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi sighed. Chen Zhao, there's no need for me to say anything else. Come. Qin Zhao took a deep breath and walked 100 steps in front of Zhang Tianyi. Everyone present held their breaths as they watched the two of them. Chen Zhao, you go first. Let me see how different your little realm is from mine. Zhang Tianyi didn't dare to be careless. Qin Zhao's cultivation was higher than his, and his combat ability was also much higher. Of course, combat ability didn't mean everything. Qin Zhao naturally had his advantages, but he also had his disadvantages. Qin Zhao's half-closed eyes suddenly widened. At that moment, Zhang Tianyi felt the overwhelming power that Chen Zhao had given him. Zhang Tianyi put his hands behind his back, but there was already a bundle of golden ropes in his hands. Qin Zhao stomped on the ground and shot forward. The stone floor he'd been standing on was completely shattered. Zhang Tianyi's speed was also extremely fast. The golden rope in his hand flew out. Bind! Instantly, Qin Zhao realized that Zhang Tianyi's golden rope had automatically wrapped around him. Without thinking, Chen Zhao tried to break the golden rope. However, he realized that he couldn't break the golden rope. Zhang Tianyi grinned. Boy, you're still too inexperienced to fight me. This is the mixed alchemy golden rope, the treasure of our Dragon Tiger Mountain. No matter how strong you are, you can't break it. Chen Zhao didn't move either. He said calmly, Old Zhang, who are you trying to fool? There's nothing that can't be broken. If you can't break free, it just means that you don't have enough strength. Then do you have enough strength? Zhang Tianyi didn't refute Chen Zhao's words. Qin Zhao lowered his head. Zhang Tianyi vaguely felt that something was wrong. The mixed alchemy golden rope was a treasure passed down by the Celestial Masters sect of Dragon Tiger Mountain. In theory, no matter how strong one was, they couldn't break the mixed alchemy golden rope. The mixed alchemy golden rope had gone through many battles and had many achievements. There was no enemy that it couldn't tie up, be it a powerful demon, a great evil, or a devil incarnate. As long as one was tied up, no one could break free. Suddenly, Zhang Tianyi felt that Chen Zhao's small world had disappeared. The terrifying power that had been fighting against his small world had disappeared. You, where's your small world? Zhang Tianyi looked at Qin Zhao in disbelief, because to him, this was like discovering a new continent. Didn't you want to see my recent cultivation success and the new use of the small world? Qin Zhao raised his head and looked at Zhang Tianyi. When the small world is strengthened to a certain level, it will completely fuse with one's body and be able to release and retract freely. One can also receive the full support of the small world. Just then, the mixed alchemy golden rope that was tied to Qin Zhao suddenly shot out rays of golden light. The mixed alchemy golden rope seemed to have received a huge impact. Qin Zhao didn't know what material the mixed alchemy golden rope was made of. It could actually resist a pulling force of 1 billion tons. According to scientific theory, there was no material in the world that could make a rope that could resist a pulling force of 1 billion tons. What was 1 billion tons? It was a force that could deform the surface of a continent in a small area. Take tall buildings, for example. Skyscrapers that were tens of millions of tons were almost the limit. Therefore, the development of the construction industry wasn't just getting taller, it was also getting lighter. Reinforced concrete could make buildings taller, but it also made them heavier. So, the tallest buildings in the world were basically the peak of the current technological level. Before finding lighter materials, it would be very difficult to break through in height. But now, a rope that was as thick as a finger could resist his power? Chen Zhao even felt that if he stole the rope and sold it to some research institute, he might be able to get a good price. Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind. If he didn't break the rope today, he would lose all his dignity. Chen Zhao gathered his thoughts and didn't hold back anymore. Thunder boomed from Chen Zhao's body. It was a sign of a terrifying power exploding. Seeing this, Zhang Tiany's scalp went numb. He wanted to take back the mixed alchemy golden rope. But the mixed alchemy golden rope seemed to have lost its connection. Ah! Chen Zhao yelled. Bang, bang, bang. Loud and rough sounds came from Chen Zhao's body. The mixed alchemy golden rope finally snapped under Chen Zhao's power. At the same time, Chen Zhao's terrifying power spread out in the air. Everyone nearby was shaken to the ground. Even spiritual master Qingping, who was standing slightly closer, was pushed back several meters. Taoist master Qingping's expression changed drastically. That guy's aura became even more terrifying, and he became even more troublesome. Chen Zhao looked at Zhang Tiany. You attacked first. Now it's my turn. Zhang Tiany's face twitched. Fuck, this isn't a round. Looking at the destroyed, mixed alchemy golden rope on the ground, he really wanted to rush over and take it back. But he knew that if he went over now, Chen Zhao would probably punch him to death. Chen Zhao, we're old friends. Let's not overdo it. Chapter 2685. If I don't fuck you up today, it's my loss. Chen Zhao's palm faced down and grabbed. A black ball appeared in his palm. The small world was added to his body, giving him an unprecedented feeling of explosion. Chen Zhao suddenly leaped up. Clenching his fists, he smashed them down at Zhang Tiany. Zhang Tiany's heart skipped a beat. If this pair of fists landed on him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Tiany's feet sped forward, his steps difficult to understand. His hands also quickly formed a seal. Primordial bell. A huge golden bell appeared above Zhang Tiany. It wasn't a physical object, but it gave off an ancient and sturdy feeling. Chen Zhao's fists still smashed down like meteors. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept in all directions. The originally flat ground was instantly shattered into pieces. In the truest sense, it was torn apart. The people nearby were affected too. Chen Zhao was surprised. The defensive spell hadn't been broken. The ground couldn't withstand the power released by the bell and shattered. At the moment, Zhang Tiany was already in the air. Zhang Tiany glanced at Chen Zhao and then at the surroundings. Perfected Master Qingping, tell everyone to retreat. A battle between two Shangqing cultivators wasn't something normal cultivators could watch. If they were careless, the scene would be littered with corpses. Perfected Master Qingping only felt bitter. This was the Mao Mountain Inner Sect. How could the people of the Mao Mountain Inner Sect retreat? Why did they have to let two outsiders fight here? If they were to retreat, where could they retreat to? Chen Zhao didn't care about his surroundings. Seeing that his fist didn't shatter the bell, he punched again. Chen Zhao didn't hold back at all. Every punch was filled with all his strength. It wasn't earth-shattering, but it shouldn't be a problem to destroy mountains. But now he couldn't even break one of Zhang Tiany's defensive spells. This made Chen Zhao very doubtful about his own abilities. But Zhang Tiany didn't feel good inside the bell either. He hadn't worked so hard since the big incident 20 years ago. In fact, the situation this time was even more troublesome than the incident 20 years ago. Regardless of what the two were thinking, they were indeed in a stalemate. Chen Zhao couldn't break Zhang Tiany's defensive spell. Zhang Tiany couldn't fight back. The Primordial Chaos Bell was a spell created by Zhang Tiany himself. In fact, it was developed recently. Not long ago, he found out that Qin Zhao had recruited a group of people who were involved in Chinese comics to help him develop new moves. Zhang Tianyi was not idle either. He had also formed a small team of his own. They weren't as rich as Qin Zhao, but they were still a professional team. In fact, it wasn't just Zhang Tianyi. The 23rd generation Blood, Mary, and Bifla had also formed their own teams. This primordial flood bell was developed by Zhang Tianyi's team. In fact, Zhang Tianyi's team was just providing an idea. Zhang Tianyi had to take responsibility for the real technical problems. However, it had to be said that this defensive spell was indeed very powerful. At the very least, the fact that it could block Qin Zhao meant that the spell was indestructible. However, this spell was only suitable for Zhang Tianyi. No one else would be able to use it. Even Qin Zhao couldn't use it. This was because this spell required a large number of complex theories, and it also required a large amount of magic power as a backing. Qin Zhao only fulfilled one requirement, mana. After punching more than 10 times, Qin Zhao finally retreated 100 meters. Zhang Tianyi looked at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao, give up. You can't break my defense. My spell is undefeatable. It could be said that as long as this spell existed, Zhang Tianyi dared to take a 1,000,000-ton nuclear attack. Qin Zhao narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Tianyi. You know that there's no such thing as an unbreakable defense in this world. But can you surpass this threshold? Threshold. This was what Zhang Tianyi had learned from his team. This was a scientific term. Ordinary people would say it was an upper limit. Another black ball formed in Qin Zhao's hand. This time, he didn't throw it out directly. Instead, he continued to strengthen it. Zhang Tianyi could instinctively sense danger. Looking at the black ball in Qin Zhao's hand, he had a bad feeling. Come, take this big move. If you don't die, I'll admit defeat. Qin Zhao didn't plan on stopping. The black ball's weight had already surpassed 2 billion tons. It was growing to an even more shocking number. Qin Zhao, that's enough. Zhang Tianyi strengthened the spell at the right time. I'm teaching you how to be a person. Those who meddle in other people's business are usually beaten to death first. Qin Zhao said maliciously. Seeing that the two were still in the mood to bicker, Qing Ping, who was far away, cursed inwardly. Can't you respect the victim? At the moment, Mo Han was conflicted. If he could escape alive this time, then he could at least brag to others. Just like the Bengal tiger. He dared to say that he and Celestial Master Zhang had fought face to face. If you want me to be #1 in the world, you need to train for a few more years. I can't wait to beat #1 in the world. You took too long to prepare this move. Are you constipated? I prepared it for you. Of course, it has to be big and strong. Qing Ping regretted asking Zhang Tianyi to help. You guys can fight, but can you not make such inappropriate jokes in such a serious situation? Have you considered our feelings? Of course, jokes were just jokes. When it came to battle, they were all serious. Since they couldn't kill the opponent, they would fight to the death. 20 minutes later, a terrifying neutron star was formed. The size didn't change, but the quality couldn't be compared to before. This time, Qin Zhao didn't push it. Instead, he used the method of a baseball thrower. Here it comes. Get ready to catch. Zhang Tianyi stopped smiling and became more serious than ever. Golden light flowed on the primordial bell and enveloped Zhang Tianyi. With Zhang Tianyi's help, 8 cryptic golden runes appeared on the primordial bell. Each of the 8 golden runes emitted a mystical aura. The Mao Mountain Taoist priests in the distance almost vomited blood when they saw the golden runes. Don't look. Those are heavenly book runes. You don't have the ability to understand. Just looking at them will damage your cultivation, Qing Ping hurriedly shouted. Even she felt dizzy when she saw the golden runes. One could imagine how cryptic the golden runes were. Every golden rune represented countless pieces of information. If you wanted to know what the golden runes represented, you had to ask yourself if your brain capacity was enough. Qin Zhao, on the other hand, had enough cultivation and a one-track mind. He didn't even think about what the golden runes represented, so it didn't affect him. The strongest spear and the strongest shield were about to fight. Suddenly, the Yao ceiling tower fell. Chapter 2686. They were having a good time just now. No one cared about the impact. Even the people of the Mao Shan sect didn't notice. In the end, the shockwaves from their fight caused the Yao ceiling tower to collapse. The first to rush out of the ruins were a dozen monsters. Those monsters had been suppressed for who knew how many generations. They had long lost their minds. As soon as they came out, they attacked everyone that appeared in their line of sight without any explanation. Of course, that included Chen Zhao and Zhang Tianyi. For Chen Zhao and Zhang Tianyi, it was just a matter of frowning. Well, that was their reaction. The sudden situation had interrupted their fight. In fact, they didn't plan on fighting to the death today. They just wanted to test each other's strength. Chen Zhao held back, and Zhang Tianyi didn't use his full strength either. The people of the Mao Shan sect, on the other hand, didn't have it easy. Qingping Jinren was injured at the moment, and he had to protect his disciples. With the attacks coming from both sides, he seemed to be in danger. Zhang Tianyi wanted to go and help, but he suddenly felt a cold glint. If you go and help, I'll throw this into the crowd. Stop messing around. Zhang Tianyi suddenly threw a note to Chen Zhao secretly. Chen Zhao looked at the note. It contained Zhang Ding's current location, his contact information, and even his lover outside. Chen Zhao hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to give up on the idea of going against the Mao Shan sect. At that moment, a green-faced wolf monster pounced at Chen Zhao with bloodshot eyes. Chen Zhao glanced at the green-faced wolf demon. The moment he raised his hand, thousands of threads formed from magical power pierced through the demon's body. The blue-faced wolf demon's body turned into a bloody mist. At the same time, Qingping Jinren, who was not far away, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Chen Zhao also felt Qingping Jinren's gaze. The monster in front of Taoist Master Qingping was also killed in one move by Taoist Master Qingping in the same way. How do you know the Qingyi spell? Qingping Jinren growled. Chen Zhao looked at Qingping Jinren disapprovingly. What does it have to do with you? At that moment, he really did have the right to say that. So what if Qingping Jinren was a senior? So what if her cultivation and status were high? In front of Chen Zhao, she was nothing. Qingping Jinren wasn't going to let this go. You know Li Qing? It's none of your business. Taoist Master Qingping was somewhat annoyed, but she still suppressed her anger reluctantly. I'm Li Qing's grandmother, said Taoist Master Qingping. Chen Zhao was stunned and looked at Qingping in shock. His mind was in a mess. Could it be that the black-robed sect and Mai sect were mortal enemies? Li Qing was Zhou Yinan's aunt, and Taoist Master Qingping in front of him was Zhou Yinan's great-grandmother. Since all of her descendants had been killed by the black-robe sect, how could she, as a grandmother, continue to hold her position in the Mao Shan sect? Moreover, Chen Zhao still hadn't figured out which faction perfected Qingping belonged to. The relationship network of the Mao Shan sect was very messy anyway. So what? Chen Zhao still maintained his cautious attitude. He neither admitted nor denied it. However, he thought of his relationship with Li Qing. She had hit her grandmother. She wouldn't blame him, right? What's your relationship with Li Qing? Spiritual Master Qingping asked again. Chen Zhao didn't want to stay here anymore. He was about to turn around and leave. But Taoist Master Qingping was not having it. Suddenly, green threads shot out from the ground around Chen Zhao, wrapping around him. Chen Zhao frowned. This was the Qingyi sect's 3,000 feet green silk. Of course, this spell couldn't stop Chen Zhao. However, Chen Zhao didn't break free immediately. Instead, he turned around. Do you want to die? Where's Li Qing now? Facing Taoist Master Qingping's question, Chen Zhao could only reply coldly. based on Qin Zhao's understanding of Li Qing. Back then, she went abroad because her son and daughter-in-law were living abroad. Therefore, she also went abroad to live with her son and daughter-in-law. Later, her son and daughter-in-law died in a car accident. That was why she had nowhere to go. But now, the situation seemed to be different from what he had imagined. Or rather, Li Qing's reason for going abroad was far more complicated than she had said. Just then, Zhang Tianyi came to smooth things over. "Qin Zhao, you haven't left yet? I wanted to leave, but she wouldn't let me. Looks like she wants to fight me," Chen Zhao said with a fierce expression. "He has the orthodoxy of the Qingyi sect," spiritual master Qingping said, pointing at Chen Zhao. Zhang Tianyi looked at Chen Zhao. He was a little surprised, but not too shocked. In the past, when Zhang Tianyi had interacted with Chen Zhao, he had noticed that Chen Zhao's aura and methods had traces of Taoism. Most of Chen Zhao's moves were close-range combat or physical attacks. However, the aura would have certain characteristics. Of course, it was not surprising for Chen Zhao to know some Taoist techniques. After all, for Chen Zhao, if he really wanted to obtain an orthodoxy, it wouldn't be too much of a problem. "Are you from the Qingyi sect or the Maoshan sect?" Chen Zhao asked. "The Qingyi sect is the Maoshan sect, but the Maoshan sect is not the Qingyi sect." Chen Zhao looked at Qingping coldly. This kind of ambiguous answer did not satisfy him. "Either you get out of the way now, or I'll help Qingyi sect get rid of you." Qingping was not afraid of Chen Zhao's threat. "Then what identity did you use to help Qingyi sect clean up the sect?" Chen Zhao ignored Qingping and turned to look at Zhang Tianyi. "Old Zhang, based on her behavior, can I directly judge it as a malicious provocation?" Zhang Tianyi looked at Chen Zhao, then at Qingping. "How about I play host and you two find a place to talk peacefully? I have nothing to talk about with her. Don't you want to know about Li Qing's past?" "I don't know any Li Qing or Zhang Qing, and I've never heard of the Qingyi sect." "The Qingyi sect has a 1,000-year history of one master and one disciple, so you must be Li Qing's disciple." When Qingping looked at Chen Zhao, his eyes shone with a fiery light. Before, she had hated Chen Zhao to the bone, but now her attitude was completely different. If Chen Zhao was a disciple of the Qingyi sect, then they would be family. On the other hand, Zhang Ding would be an outsider. Moreover, the internal conflict of the Maoshan sect was no longer an invasion. The meaning was different, and there was no need for the internal conflict to escalate. The Maoshan sect would also retain its dignity. Moreover, Chen Zhao was a peerless master who could compete with Zhang Tianyi. This would be a happy occasion for both the Maoshan sect and the Qingyi sect. Of course, all of this was under the premise that Chen Zhao was willing to accept this identity. "I'm not." Chen Zhao's expression was cold, without any hesitation. Chapter 2687. Of course, Qingping Jinren wouldn't let it end like this. But then Chen Zhao's eyes narrowed. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Emo Han. "I hate people who leave without saying goodbye." Emo Han's expression froze. He clenched his teeth and looked at Chen Zhao. "You've tortured me for so long. It's about time I paid you back. Are you really going to kill me?" "Paid you back? Remove the spell on me, and we'll call it a day." Chen Zhao looked at Emo Han coldly. After fighting for so long, Chen Zhao felt hungry again. When Chen Zhao's eyes started to turn bloodshot, Emo Han's heart went cold. He knew what the consequences of his spell would be. Emo Han knew better than anyone else. No one had ever been like Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao had lasted for so long under the effects of the 9 viscera techniques. But the more Chen Zhao did, the more afraid Emo Han became. He didn't know when Chen Zhao would lose control. Once the person under the effects of the 9 viscera techniques lost control, Emo Han wouldn't even recognize his own family. He wouldn't dare to eat anything. Emo Han was worried that he would become Chen Zhao's first unconventional food after he lost control. "Chen Zhao, Zhang Tianyi appeared behind Chen Zhao again. What is it? How about this? Let us help you remove the spell, and we'll forget about your grudge with the Maoshan sect. What do you think? Zhang Tianyi asked. Do you know what spell I'm under? I don't. But I believe that with Qingping Jinren's cultivation and understanding, most spells in the world shouldn't be a problem for us. Fine. If I can remove the spell, I won't trouble the Maoshan sect anymore. Then Zhangding, the Maoshan sect is the Maoshan sect, and Zhangding is Zhangding. At this time, Chen Zhao separated the two. He would not let Zhangding go. That's not what you said before. Oh, so you're saying that you want to kill Zhangding and step over the bodies of all the Maoshan sect members? Chen Zhao sneered at Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi's face twitched. If he dared to say yes, Chen Zhao would really kill him. By the way, what kind of spell did you cast? I can see that you're alive and kicking, full of energy and full of vigor. You won't be able to find another person in the world who is as spirited and energetic as you are. You even caused a ruckus at the Maoshan sect, and I don't see anything unusual about you. Zhang Tianyi really couldn't tell what was wrong with Chen Zhao. The spell I was hit with was all thanks to him. Chen Zhao pointed at Mo Han and said. Zhang Tianyi narrowed his eyes and looked at Mo Han. He really couldn't see anything special about Mo Han. Originally, he had thought that someone who could trick Chen Zhao would at least have something special about them, even if they didn't have superhuman powers. But Mo Han did not have this kind of special temperament. Basically, Zhang Tianyi saw through Mo Han with a single glance. Come, tell Celestial Master Zhang about your proudest means. Chen Zhao patted Mo Han's shoulder. Mo Han shivered in front of Zhang Tianyi. One had to admit the importance of fame. Chen Zhao was no weaker than Zhang Tianyi, but Mo Han was only afraid of him. But towards Zhang Tianyi, Mo Han had an inexplicable sense of awe. This spell is called the 9 Viscera techniques. Viscera? Zhang Tianyi asked. Viscera? Viscera actually referred to the area near Tibet. Viscera also referred to some strange spells in that area, because in the Qing dynasty, the biggest religion in that area was the Tantric Buddhism. They listed other religions as illegal. Other spells were also called dirty and unclean spells. Of course, there was nothing dirty or unclean about spells. Only people were unclean. However, Viscera mostly focused on using the innate 5 qi, the secret of ghosts and gods, and the unannounced method to cast spells. It indeed didn't seem to be above board and did many secretive things. Therefore, even though Viscera was introduced to the Central Plains, it was still not very popular. Not many people knew about it, and even fewer people learned it. Yes, I derived it from the Viscera of the Tibetan area and added some things that I learned myself. Then it became the 9 Viscera techniques. What is the 9 Viscera techniques? Zhang Tianyi asked. This 9 Viscera techniques is a combination of the 9 desires, just like the 9 sons of the dragon. Mo Han said. There is an ancient saying that the 9 sons of the dragon are different. Actually, this sentence implies that the heaven is divided into yin and yang turn into the 3 pure ones. The 3 pure ones are turbid and the 9 desires. Originally, I wanted to create a cultivation method, but I didn't expect to accidentally create this strange move. However, my spell can only attract the appetite of one of the 9 desires. I originally thought that you were from the Naojin branch, but now that I heard about your understanding of Dharma, it seems that you are from the Jian branch. In my early years, I cultivated in the Naojin branch. Later, after I finished my apprenticeship, I followed by Ru to the Jian branch. My spells are all based on the Naojin branch, but I found that the 2 cultivation methods don't conflict with each other. In fact, they are somewhat compatible. The 9 Viscera techniques is also created by combining the 2. Is there really no solution to this technique? Yes, there are 2 ways, Mo Han said. Chen Zhao immediately pricked up his ears. This guy said there was no solution. But when Zhang Tianyi asked, he actually said there were 2 ways. Was he looking down on him? When Chen Zhao looked at Emohan, his eyes were immediately filled with hatred. It seemed that he had been too lenient. He would have to develop a few more methods later. Cut off your desires and pursue your thoughts, Emohan said. With the cultivation method of an ascetic monk, you can abstain from food and dust. Combined with your own great willpower, you might be able to get rid of this terrifying appetite. Zhang Tianyi glanced at Chen Zhao and shook his head. That's impossible. What was an ascetic monk? It was someone who had an iron will and used suffering to sharpen his mind until he reached the other side. Not to mention Chen Zhao. Even Emohan couldn't do it. For an ascetic monk, thinking was an original sin. A single thought was an unforgivable sin. Chen Zhao had to play the ascetic monk trick. That was no different from killing him. Then there's only one way, and that's to satisfy, Emohan said. The 9 desires are also known as the 9 poisons. There is no cure for the 9 poisons, but if you can satisfy the 9 poisons, then the poison will no longer be a poison, but a medicine for cultivation. This is somewhat similar to a Buddhist hymn. Zhang Tianyi stroked his white beard and nodded. Although Buddhism and Taoism were fighting in the spiritual world of China, Zhang Tianyi had long since surpassed the level of Buddhism and Taoism. If Buddhism and Taoism had a profound meaning, Zhang Tianyi wouldn't deny it. How do you satisfy it? Zhang Tianyi asked. The human heart is bottomless, and human desires are endless. Desire is difficult to satisfy. If it can be satisfied, then it's not called desire. Emohan looked at Chen Zhao. The only thing he can do now is to eat, to keep eating to temporarily curb his appetite. But anyone who is hit by the 9 poisons of the Viscera technique will either completely lose control or die from overeating. There has never been a third result. Chapter 2688. If I really lose control, you'll be the first person I eat alive. Chen Zhao stared coldly at Emohan. Emohan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't doubt Chen Zhao's determination. I don't have any ideas for now, but Dragon Tiger Mountain has many books and many spell breakers. We'll find a solution eventually, Zhang Tianyi said. I told you to stay at Dragon Tiger Mountain long ago. You wouldn't have run into these things. Chen Zhao glared at him. If you hadn't yelled for me to stop that day, I would have killed Zhang Ding and none of this would happen. We can go to Dragon Tiger Mountain now, right? No, Chen Zhao said seriously. Zhang Ding isn't dead yet. Chen Zhao was very stubborn about revenge. The spell on him could be undone, but he had to take revenge. If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be able to live. President Zhang, this is the contract for Big River Group. Please take a look. The secretary stood beside Zhang Ding and handed him a document. To be honest, even after working for Zhang Ding for 3 years, she still couldn't believe that he was already 80. Apart from his white hair, he didn't look like an 80-year-old man at all. He looked to be in his 30s at most. If he was really more than 80 years old, how powerful must his plastic surgery skills be to be able to reach this stage? But now the company was so large. It had a production line with a few thousand people and a market value of over $1 billion. Zhang Ding was also a famous figure in the city, so the secretary was also very respectful of him. The secretary had seen with her own eyes that Zhang Ding could scare a big boss into kneeling on the ground with just a glare. The secretary had never seen something like that before. This made her even more respectful of Zhang Ding. Zhang Ding scanned it a few times, then nodded and signed his name. What's my schedule for the next few days? Tomorrow night, you have a dinner with President Zhang. The day after tomorrow, you have to attend Boss Chen's ribbon-cutting ceremony. The secretary explained the schedule in detail. Okay, it's getting late. You can leave now and come pick me up tomorrow. Just then, Zhang Ding's phone rang. Hello, it's Zhang Ding. Master, something happened. Someone broke into Mao Mountain and injured many people. Even the Yao ceiling tower was destroyed. What? Zhang Ding jumped up from his chair. What happened? That person said he's looking for you. It seems like he's your enemy." Before the disciple could finish, the phone was hung up. Hey, Mystic One." Zhang Ding listened to the busy tone and called back. But at that moment, it showed that the other party had turned off his phone. Zhang Ding's face was solemn. "Shao Qi, book me a ticket to Jurong, Jiangsu." "Oh, when was it?" "Now, the sooner the better." "Okay, I'll go and make a reservation right now. Then, tomorrow's dinner with President Zhang. I have to change my schedule for the next few days. I don't have time. Also, take me to the airport." "Boss, don't you need to pack anything?" "No need." "Do you need me to accompany you to Jurong City?" "No need. I have a private matter to deal with." "Yes, boss." Secretary Qi had worked for Zhang Ding for a few years and knew that his boss didn't know how to drive. Thus, most of the time, she acted as Zhang Ding's driver. The two walked out of the office and were about to take the elevator. Two people came out of the elevator. Secretary Qi looked at the two unfamiliar faces in front of him, but when Zhang Ding saw them, his expression changed drastically. "Who are you?" Secretary Qi yelled. "This is a private company and it's already time to get off work." Chen Zhao glanced at Secretary Qi and then ignored her. Then Secretary Qi saw the person behind Chen Zhao take off his hood. Under the hood was a slightly frightening face with a few shocking bloodstains on it. When Zhang Ding saw Emohan's face, his heart skipped a beat. "Emohan, you, Zhang Ding, this is all your fault." Secretary Qi didn't know what was going on. The two seemed to be his boss's old friends. "Boss," Chen Zhao smiled. "Miss, it's time to get off work." However, at this time, Secretary Qi raised his phone high. "I've already called LL0. You better leave, or else you won't be able to escape when the police come." "Shao Qi, that's enough. Go back first," Zhang Ding said. "Boss, don't be afraid of them. I've learned kickboxing for a few years." Bang! Just then, Chen Zhao slammed his fist into the wall beside the elevator. The wall was like tofu. Chen Zhao's fist punched a hole in it. "Little girl, go back and take a nap. Then practice kickboxing. If you stay here, I'm afraid you won't even be able to take one punch." Secretary Qi's face paled. At the end of the day, she was still a girl. What she'd said before was just to bolster her courage. But now, Emohan couldn't wait for Secretary Qi to leave. He couldn't wait to attack Zhang Ding. If the person he hated the most in the world wasn't Chen Zhao, it was Zhang Ding. Because of Zhang Ding, he'd fallen into Chen Zhao's hands. Because of Zhang Ding, his future was filled with despair. Chen Zhao pushed Secretary Qi into the elevator, blocking her view. At the same time, he pressed the button for the garage for her. But Emohan and Zhang Ding didn't care anymore. Suddenly, Zhang Ding was smashed into the elevator. The metal plate of the elevator caved in. Zhang Ding roared and slammed his palm outwards, sending Emohan flying. At the same time, his left hand made a grabbing motion and the elevator door closed. The elevator descended at high speed. Secretary Qi was scared out of her wits. She curled up in a corner. Zhang Ding had become a stranger in Secretary Qi's eyes. At this moment, Zhang Ding's entire being exuded an unapproachable pressure. In a few seconds, the elevator door opened again. Just now, the speed of the elevator's descent was several times faster than normal. Zhang Ding looked back at Secretary Qi. "Leave. Those two won't make things difficult for you." "Ha!" Zhang Ding suddenly realized that Chen Zhao and Emohan were already waiting for him downstairs. But why was Emohan kneeling on the ground and vomiting? I didn't expect Zhang Daojun to be so gentlemanly. Chen Zhao put his hands in his pockets and looked at Zhang Ding. At the same time, he kicked Emohan. "Get up and get to work. Didn't you want to settle the score with Zhang Daojun?" "Emohan, we've known each other for decades. Were you threatened by him? If we work together, he won't be able to take advantage of us." Zhang Ding saw that the situation was troublesome. Chen Zhao definitely couldn't beat him, so he could only turn to Emohan. Chapter 2689. Even a blind man could tell that he was being coerced. But if he had a choice, why would he become Chen Zhao's lackey? It was because he had no choice. Mo Han looked up at Zhang Ding. The hatred in his eyes didn't diminish. Instead, it grew stronger. Join forces with you? Mo Han didn't have any hope of that happening. If working together could solve the problem, he wouldn't have become Chen Zhao's lackey. He was someone who could suppress Celestial Master Zhang. Mo Han didn't think that working with Zhang Ding would be able to change the outcome. Mo Han had seen Chen Zhao's power more than once. In the massacre at Debay Island, Chen Zhao had swallowed the giant serpent. The Maoshan sect had suffered great losses. Even the Yao Ceiling Tower had been destroyed. The famous Taoist Master Qingping had been forced to compromise. Even Zhang Tianyi couldn't stop Chen Zhao. Just him and Zhang Ding? Stop joking around. Chen Zhao was the scariest demon. Chen Zhao had only used 1 second to carry him from the 30th floor to the garage, not to mention anything else. And then Mo Han vomited. Even a top-level cultivator would find it hard to withstand the pressure of that high speed. In that 1 second, Mo Han could see the twists and turns of life in front of him. Zhang Ding looked at the hostile Mo Han and then at Chen Zhao. If you dare touch me, Celestial Master Zhang and the Maoshan sect won't let you go. Chen Zhao smiled. It was Zhang Tianyi who gave me your information. As for the Maoshan sect, they probably don't have the courage to protect you now. I was actually hoping that they would tell me to step over their dead bodies if I wanted to touch you, but they didn't. Mo Han looked at Zhang Ding coldly. Why do you think we're here? Almost everyone who dared to save you is dead. Zhang Ding's eyelids twitched. Was it Chen Zhao who attacked the Maoshan inner sect? The Maoshan inner sect had been attacked a few times in the past. However, the Maoshan inner sect had never suffered a loss. Even the best result was a 50-50 chance. That was the Maoshan inner sect, a holy land of Taoism. Even the Celestial Master sect of Dragon Tiger Mountain, which was also a holy land of Taoism. As long as the Maoshan inner sect was in their territory, they would have a 50-50 chance of winning. It was more likely that the people of Longhu Mountain's Celestial Master sect had all been buried in the Mao Mountain inner sect. But now, the Mao Mountain inner sect had been breached by a single person. This was a little scary. In fact, even Zhang Ding, who stood at the pinnacle of the Huaxia supernatural world, was not one of them. They also found it hard to understand Chen Zhao's level. If it were Zhang Tianyi, even if he led all the disciples of the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain, he might not be able to gain the upper hand in the Mao Mountain inner sect. It was not that the Celestial Master sect of Mount Longhu was not strong, nor was it that Zhang Tianyi was not strong. That was because the disciples of the Mao Mountain inner sect were no weaker than those of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Celestial Master sect. Therefore, the advantage of numbers was gone. Furthermore, the Maoshan inner sect had the geographical advantage. There were dozens of protective formations and traps in the Maoshan inner sect. Basically, it would not be a problem to trap and kill thousands of people. Even if Zhang Tianyi was an immortal, he would still be dragged down by a battle of this scale, because the ones he brought were all burdens, not combat power. However, if he went alone, the result would be different, because he had no burdens and no worries. Just like when Chen Zhao went to the Mao Mountain sect earlier, once people like them went all out. In that case, the destructive power and lethality it could cause was unimaginable. Mo Han attacked Zhang Ding again, although Zhang Ding was worried about the current situation. But he was not weaker than Mo Han. In fact, he was even stronger. But Chen Zhao was right in front of him. Zhang Ding had seen Chen Zhao's strength, and that opportunity had come at the cost of being pinned to the ground. Therefore, even if he had 10% of his strength, he could only use 60% of it. He did not dare to expose too much of his strength. He had to pay attention to Chen Zhao's every move. But Chen Zhao still did not move. The more Chen Zhao did not move, the more Zhang Ding paid attention to him. Qin Zhao enjoyed the battle between the two. He did not know if it was because of the terrain. Zhang Ding did not use his zombie summoning skill. On the other hand, Mo Han used the dirty method he was most proficient in, but he did not use the 9 visceral methods. The 9 visceral methods took a long time to charge up, and the hit rate was not high. It could be said that when the 9 visceral methods hit Qin Zhao, it had used up all of Mo Han's luck. But with Qin Zhao in the back, Zhang Ding's moves were all big and powerful. He looked like he wanted to die with Zhang Ding. Zhang Ding, on the other hand, was much more restrained. He only dared to use 70% of his strength. For a while, the two were fighting back and forth. There was no clear winner. Mo Han gave Zhang Ding a lot of pressure, but Qin Zhao, who had not made a move, was even more pressured. Secretary Qi trembled as he watched the scene in front of him. It was clearly not a street fight. Suddenly, a beam of black light shot over. At this moment, a hand appeared in front of Secretary Qi. "Little girl, you haven't left yet?" Secretary Qi gathered his courage and looked at Qin Zhao. "I am not afraid of you. Justice will prevail over evil." Qin Zhao rubbed his chin. Did he look like a villain? He had even tidied up his appearance when he came. "You're not the female lead. He's not a good person." "Of course, I'm not either. So, you don't have to righteously criticize me here, and you don't have to defend justice. If you have to define our current behavior, it should be called dog-biting dog." Qin Zhao put one hand on Secretary Qi's shoulder. "So, you should go home now, take a shower, and have good sleep. Forget everything that happened tonight. Trust me, it's good for all of us." Secretary Qi nodded. Just then, Mo Han was sent flying by Zhang Ding's palm. Zhang Ding did not pursue. Instead, he turned and ran. His feet moved, and his figure flashed dozens of feet away. Spatial bending? Qin Zhao was surprised. Qin Zhao had never seen spatial bending before, but this spell was easy to distinguish. Every time Zhang Ding jumped, it seemed like he only took one step, but he could travel a long distance. But how could Qin Zhao allow Zhang Ding to escape? Qin Zhao punched at Zhang Ding from a distance. Qin Zhao did not use too much strength, but the punch still landed heavily on Zhang Ding's back, sending him flying forward. In the end, he crashed into a pillar. A corner of the pillar fell off. After all, Zhang Ding wasn't an enhancer. Although his physique was stronger than a normal person's, he wasn't one of them. Although his body was stronger than normal people, he still felt like his entire body had been crushed by the punch. Qin Zhao walked forward step by step and looked at Mo Han. "If you're not dead, get up." Chapter 2690. Mo Han felt pain all over his body, but he still stood up. If he didn't, Qin Zhao would give him even more pain. Qin Zhao made a grabbing motion, and Zhang Ding was pulled toward him. Even as he was being pulled, Zhang Ding was still able to quickly form hand seals and cast spells. A golden coffin fell from the sky, covering Zhang Ding. But that didn't stop Qin Zhao from pulling. Zhang Ding and the golden coffin were pulled toward Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao punched through Huang Jin's coffin, but Qin Zhao didn't feel like he'd grabbed anything. Huang Jin's coffin was empty. There was nothing inside. Just then, a large amount of black gas spewed out of Huang Jin's coffin. It seemed to have a mind of its own, avoiding Qin Zhao. The black gas gathered into Zhang Ding not far away. But Zhang Ding seemed to be a little strange. His face was black, and his body exuded the aura of a zombie. A pair of sharp canines could be seen at the side of his mouth. Mo Han's expression changed when he saw Zhang Ding's state. His face was black, and his fangs were many times larger. His hands and feet were covered in fur. His body was bestial, his eyes crimson, his claws as sharp as blades. His skin was cracked, and red lotus fire flowed through the cracks. A terrifying wave of heat radiated from Zhang Ding's body. The tires of the cars parked around them were the first to melt and burst. Some of the light metals also began to melt. Mo Han hesitated. wondering if he should warn Qin Zhao about Zhang Ding's current state. If Zhang Ding could win, it wouldn't be a bad thing for him. But on second thought, could Zhang Ding beat Qin Zhao? What a joke! Even though Zhang Ding was terrifying right now. Zhang Ding was terrifying, but the difference between him and Qin Zhao was more than a Pacific Ocean. It was almost impossible to defeat Qin Zhao in this legendary zombie form, unless he could summon the true form of the legendary zombie. Careful, Emo Han warned. He's borrowed Hitorigami's power. Roar! Zhang Ding roared, a terrifying wave of fire erupting from his body. Qin Zhao stood still. The wave of fire dissipated when it reached 10 feet in front of him. Qin Zhao still raised his arm and grabbed at the air. But this time, Zhang Ding wasn't pulled over so easily. Zhang Ding stood still. To resist Qin Zhao's suction, he had to grab the ground with his claws. Actually, Qin Zhao wasn't able to create attraction. It was because of the power of the small world. The entire small world was 10 times more powerful than Qin Zhao himself, although this power referred to the power of the entire small world. It wasn't like a finger that could exert all its power at a certain point or a certain position. For example, where Zhang Ding was right now, Qin Zhao couldn't use the power of the entire small world on him. However, even if it wasn't his full strength, the force Zhang Ding withstood was still shocking. Even though he possessed the power of the drought demon, he still needed to use all his strength to resist this power. If you're not coming, then I'll go. Qin Zhao walked toward Zhang Ding. Zhang Ding's hair stood on end. Qin Zhao's approach made him feel an even more terrifying force. With the power of the drought demon, Zhang Ding's perception of danger was much stronger than normal. Qin Zhao, on the other hand, gave him the feeling that he was a huge ball of danger, a danger of realization. When Qin Zhao was 3 meters away from Zhang Ding's eyes widened. Zhang Ding had no choice but to raise his claws and attack Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao also raised his hands and grabbed Zhang Ding's claws. When their palms met, Qin Zhao realized that the corpse poison on Zhang Ding's claws was invading his palms. Qin Zhao laughed. His gluttony bloodline was least afraid of poison. No matter what kind of poison it was useless against Qin Zhao. Gluttons couldn't be poisoned. Qin Zhao twisted, and Zhang Ding's arm was broken. Emo Han and Secretary Qi both heard the sound of bones breaking. The sound was crisp and clear. In pain, Zhang Ding opened his mouth and bit at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao didn't block Zhang Ding's fangs, because Qin Zhao was also biting Zhang Ding's shoulder. Zhang Ding's fangs didn't penetrate the skin on Qin Zhao's neck. Instead, a piece of flesh was bitten off his shoulder. Tui, as expected, it's hard to swallow. At this moment, whether it was Emo Han or Secretary Shao Qi, both of them were frightened by Qin Zhao's amazing action. They could accept Zhang Ding's bite. That was because Zhang Ding wasn't in human form. He was in human form, but their impression of Zhang Ding was that of a beast. But Qin Zhao was different. He was human, but Qin Zhao was even more savage than Zhang Ding. Emo Han's scalp went numb. Had he already started to develop in this direction? It seemed like he wouldn't need long to completely lose control. Cannibalism. That was the bottom line in everyone's heart. Living creatures instinctively knew what was edible and what wasn't. However, when his appetite overcame his instincts, that was when one would lose control. Zhang Ding's shoulder wound oozed out a visible scarlet aura. But Qin Zhao felt that the red aura was quite delicious. Qin Zhao opened his mouth and sucked it in. It was rare for Qin Zhao to feel a trace of satisfaction. Delicious? This thing seemed delicious, at least better than Zhang Ding's flesh. But Zhang Ding's shoulder wound healed quickly. Zhang Ding kicked at Qin Zhao with all his might. His arms shook again. He'd actually broken off his arms and used Qin Zhao's body as leverage to escape Qin Zhao's hands. But large amounts of scarlet aura oozed out of his broken arms again. Qin Zhao greedily devoured it. Qin Zhao licked his lips. Zhang Ding had been on the verge of losing his mind due to the drought demon's power, but now he'd woken up. Chen Zhao's eyes burned like torches. His body also ignited with red flames. But it was different from Zhang Ding's demonic flames. Chen Zhao's flames were full of life. Chen Zhao was surprised that his nirvana flame had ignited on its own. Usually it would only be activated when one activated it, or when one was on the verge of death. He hadn't activated it on his own, nor was he on the verge of death. Why did it suddenly activate? Nirvana flame had a certain amount of attacking power, but it wasn't very powerful. So Chen Zhao didn't activate it on his own. But soon, Chen Zhao realized that because he'd absorbed the scarlet aura, the nirvana flame was automatically refining it. Chen Zhao looked at Zhang Ding, his eyes filled with greed and desire. Zhang Ding's heart skipped a beat. The madness in his heart subsided, replaced by a bone-chilling fear. You can't kill me. Celestial Master Zhang still needs me to help subdue the Qinling demons. If you kill me, the Qinling demons will appear. It'll be a disaster. Chapter 2691. Chen Zhao laughed. When did I say I was going to kill you? Chen Zhao's smile made Zhang Ding feel uneasy. With that, Chen Zhao slapped through the air again. Zhang Ding's chest caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood that contained a thick red aura. Chen Zhao inhaled deeply and absorbed the red aura into his body. The scarlet aura seemed to be more satisfying than ordinary food. Zhang Ding was no longer in the mood to fight, but he couldn't outrun Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao said that he didn't plan to kill him, but each move was more vicious than the last. And with every hit, Zhang Ding's aura weakened. Chen Zhao hit him a few dozen times. Zhang Ding's red aura had become extremely weak. His form gradually changed from the form of a hitorigami to that of a human. He had almost recovered his original appearance. Emo Han, come over and give him a dirty technique. Chen Zhao held Zhang Ding's dying body with one hand. Emo Han secretly sighed. Of course, he wanted Zhang Ding to win, but the result was not unexpected. Chen Zhao was still the same Chen Zhao, the terrifying Chen Zhao. Even with the power of the drought demon, it could not stop Chen Zhao at all. Emo Han no longer hesitated. 9 viscera techniques. Emo Han's magic power turned into a ferocious beast and directly drilled into Zhang Ding's body. Chen Zhao tossed Zhang Ding aside and left without looking back. Mr. Chen. Emo Han, who was next to Chen Zhao, wanted to say something several times but stopped. Speak. Mr. Chen, you've entered the final stage. What do you suggest? Chen Zhao asked. I want to know why Mr. Chen can still maintain his rationality. Emo Han asked. He didn't know how many times he had used this dirty technique. No one had ever been able to maintain their rationality in the final stages after being hit. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. Perhaps it was because of his gluttonous bloodline. He really wanted to eat, but the desire wasn't enough to make him lose his mind. As for eating humans, it didn't seem to have reached that stage yet. There's a sect near Shanghai called Jingxin sect. Jingxin sect? It's owned by the Japanese? No, he's a countryman. Emo Han was also cursing in his heart. In fact, when the vast majority of people heard of this name, their first reaction would be to think that it was a Japanese sect. What does Jingxin sect do? They have a rare treasure called the Tranquil Jade. You mean you want me to snatch the Tranquil Jade? No. That Jingxin sect has a lot of connections with both the black and white sections. It's not wise to provoke them. I'm not even afraid of the Maoshan sect. So why would I be afraid of Jingxin sect? The Maoshan sect is the Maoshan sect, and the Jingxin sect is the Jingxin sect. The Maoshan sect is indeed a monstrous force in the spiritual world, but they may not have much of a foundation in the government. However, the Jingxin sect is different. They have the government backing them, so it's best not to act rashly unless it's absolutely necessary. Then why did you mention Jingxin sect? Jingxin sect is different from most sections. They are open for business, Mo Han replied, because there are often cultivators who, due to various reasons, lose control of their emotions or even directly go berserk. They specialize in doing business with such people. They allow their guests to use the tranquil heart jade to calm themselves and charge a certain fee every day. How much is it? Chen Zhao asked. It's not money, but all kinds of rare treasures in the spiritual world. They will also evaluate the quality of the treasures and how long they let you cultivate in front of the tranquil heart jade. Qin Zhao glanced at Mo Han. What rare treasures do you have? Take them out. Mo Han wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Where would I get rare treasures? He did have some money, but the last time he went abroad, all his money was on the plane. In the end, he was dragged out of the plane. Then Qin Zhao stripped him naked and threw him into the snowy mountains. Forget it. Chen Zhao looked at Mo Han's appearance and knew that he had already destroyed most of Mo Han's wealth. I need to send something back to China. Is there any way to send it back faster? Qin Zhao asked. Is it something from the spiritual world? Yes. If it's to pay Jingxin sect, you don't have to send it back. Jingxin sect also accepts foreign customers. You can contact them directly and have their foreign payee inspect the goods. This was because there were many objects in the spirit world that could cause great effects. So, under normal circumstances, it was more troublesome for items from the spiritual world to leave the country. Therefore, Jingxin sect made some changes in the down payment. The payee who worked overseas would personally collect the money and inspect the goods. Take me to Jingxin sect now. Mo Han brought Chen Zhao to Jingxin sect. The place looked like a manor inn in a remote village. Jingxin sect's architectural style leaned towards the ancient Chinese style. There was a pair of stone lions at the entrance. The door was made of vermilion wood and had many rivets. A pair of copper knobs hung in the middle. In this quiet alley, a few drops of early spring rain fell, bringing with it a bit of desolation, but not cold and cheerless. There were people talking and some lights on the walls. Of course, although it was quite antique, it was still modern when it should be. For example, there were cameras hidden under the eaves. Also, the lanterns hanging under the door were actually the newest type of light. Mo Han went up and knocked on the door knocker. A while later, the door opened. A woman walked out. She was dressed in traditional Chinese clothing. Her outfit reminded Chen Zhao of cosplayers. Sirs, what can I do for you? The woman asked. I need to rent a calming jade, Chen Zhao said. Please come in. The woman had a sweet smile that was pleasing to the eye. The style of the manor was a combination of Chinese and Western. The main part was Chinese. There were mountain rocks, wind forests, small bridges, green jade in the courtyard, and plum orchid gardens. However, the wide floor-to-ceiling windows and the modern decorations inside made this place full of unique style. Would you like to stay together, or do you need separate rooms? The woman asked. 2 individual rooms. Qin Zhao admired the scenery along the way. The place was more like a collection of small mansions, surrounded by a huge wall. Are all people here to rent calming jade? Qin Zhao asked. No, most of them are tourists. Other than providing calming jade services, we're also a holiday village. Most of the customers here are regular tourists. It's just Chinese New Year and there are already so many tourists. Sir, please don't use your senses here. Cultivators and regular people don't like being peeked at. Okay, sorry. Chen Zhao also realized that most of the guests were indeed regular people. Most of them had brought their families. We have many rules here. The most important one is that you can't use spells in front of regular people. 9 Heavens, Divine Emperor. Chapter 2692. Actually, this wasn't a rule. It was common sense, even though everyone didn't follow it seriously. Chen Zhao finished the check-in procedure. It would be a week in total. During this time, he could borrow the meditation jade at any time. When Chen Zhao heard its name, he thought it was just a jade pendant, palm-sized at most. But he was wrong. When Chen Zhao was brought before the meditation jade, he realized that it wasn't a meditation jade at all. It was a huge jade disc. The jade disc before him was embedded into the mountain wall. Its surface was smooth. When Chen Zhao approached the meditation jade, he realized that his little world had disappeared. The small world had disappeared. One possibility was that Chen Zhao had become one with himself, and the power of the small world was added to his body. He'd used this move when he'd fought Zhang Tianyi. Another possibility was that he'd been enveloped by an even more powerful small world. This was undoubtedly the latter. The jade disc before him emitted a faintly discernible small world. The small world seemed illusory, but it was more oppressive than Chen Zhao's. Other people didn't have a small world, so they couldn't feel anything. At most, they'd feel a bit strange. But Chen Zhao was different because the small world released by the jade disc was suppressing him. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows. This suppression couldn't harm him. For example, he couldn't use the small world to harm enemies of the same level. The jade disc's small world couldn't harm him either, but the pressure couldn't be removed. Chen Zhao wanted to form a new small world to fight against the jade disc. But before the jade disc, it was like he'd lost contact with it. Chen Zhao glanced at the woman in the traditional Chinese attire beside him. "Are you selling this?" The woman in the Han dress smiled. Her smile was so natural and fresh. It seemed that Chen Zhao wasn't the first person to make this request. "Someone once wanted to trade for this jade disc with gold of the same weight," the woman said, smiling. Chen Zhao glanced at her. "They didn't agree." "If they did, the meditation jade wouldn't be here," the woman said disapprovingly. "During this week, you can come here to meditate and cultivate your mind at any time." Chen Zhao saw that there were many cushions before the jade disc. Most of them were empty. Only a few were occupied. They seemed to be here to seek peace of mind, just like Chen Zhao. "You can do anything here as long as you don't affect others." The woman in the Han dress said, "You can't touch the meditation jade either." Chen Zhao nodded. It wasn't his home after all, so it was natural for there to be rules. However, the price here was not cheap. It was 100,000 yuan a day. This was almost the speed of robbing a bank. Chen Zhao found an empty seat and sat down. Chen Zhao was curious as to why this piece of calming jade would have a small world. Wasn't the small heaven and earth a power exclusive to living beings? If it belonged to Chen Zhao, he would definitely break it open to see what was inside. Unfortunately, Chen Zhao wasn't its master. Even though he was itching to do so, he could only watch helplessly. Don't say that you can snatch it with your fist. There were countless people in the world with fists as big as the sea. However, the rules of this world were still intact, because those with big fists also knew how to abide by the rules. In other words, they were a part of the rules. When Chen Zhao started meditating, he immediately felt the small world invading his body and resonating with his spiritual power. Chen Zhao frowned. He didn't like people invading his spiritual power. It was like a stranger opening someone else's computer and browsing. Chen Zhao felt like his privacy had been invaded. Even if it was just a rock, Chen Zhao would not allow it. Chen Zhao immediately retracted his spiritual power and cut off the connection with the meditation jade. The moment the connection was cut, Chen Zhao was enlightened. There seemed to be a ball of foreign spiritual power left in Chen Zhao's spiritual power. Chen Zhao was not good at spiritual power. He only knew a rather advanced hypnosis spell, Banshee's Charm. However, he still knew the basics of refining spiritual power. Chen Zhao began to refine the ball of spiritual power. Everyone had their own spiritual mark. More accurately, it should be a mark of consciousness. However, this ball of spiritual power did not have any mark. This meant that the original owner of this ball of spiritual power had no consciousness. Therefore, it was not difficult for a layman like Chen Zhao to refine this ball of spiritual power. However, this ball of spiritual power was also useless to Chen Zhao. It was tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. Even though Chen Zhao was a layman in spiritual magic, with Chen Zhao's cultivation, his spiritual power was hundreds of times stronger than a regular cultivator's. Plus, Chen Zhao had devoured many dark creatures and soul fragments. Therefore, Chen Zhao's spiritual power had already reached an unimaginable level. Therefore, this ball of spiritual power was just a drop in the ocean to Chen Zhao. If it wasn't an external spiritual power, it would leave a flaw in his own spiritual power. Chen Zhao was not even willing to spend the effort to digest this ball of spiritual power. Chen Zhao looked at the jade disc before him. If this ball of spiritual power was produced by this jade disc, then it was undoubtedly a natural spiritual item. In that case, there was no doubt that this piece of jade was a natural spiritual object. And from the looks of it, it was about to develop spiritual intelligence. In this era, something like this was definitely a priceless treasure. Of course, Chen Zhao had also considered robbing it. However, robbing it would be too degrading. This was a good thing, but it did not mean that Chen Zhao would lose his integrity. Even if he could hide it from the owner of this place, he could not hide it from the old celestial master. Moreover, although this thing was good, it might not be of much use to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao purely wanted it. He did not have to have it. It was just because it was good. That was why Chen Zhao had asked in a probing manner. After more than 20 minutes, Chen Zhao refined the ball of spiritual power. His spiritual power also increased a little. Chen Zhao roughly understood the use of this jade disc and the principle behind it. This was because the spiritual power of the jade disc did not have any sentience. Therefore, when it connected with other people's spiritual power, it would empty the other cultivator's mind. The so-called inner demons were the cultivator's own wild thoughts. That was why they had the chance to invade the cultivator's consciousness. Once the cultivator emptied his mind, the inner demons would not be able to get to him. Moreover, other cultivators could probably refine spiritual power too. Therefore, if they cultivated here for a long time, they could effectively improve their mental strength. Of course, the prerequisite was that one's wallet was big enough. After all, the fees here were not low. Regular cultivators could not stay here for long. Just then, the ball of spiritual power started to touch Chen Zhao's again. Chen Zhao did not reject it. He let the ball of spiritual power enter his own and then swallowed it. After all, it was consensual. Chen Zhao suspected that the reason the jade disc's spiritual power kept coming into contact with the cultivator's mind was to prepare for it to develop sentience. Chapter 2693. Chen Zhao stayed for less than an hour before the calming jade. Then he planned to leave. This place could indeed calm his mind. However, the price was letting a stone peek into his inner world. It would be fine if he didn't know, but since he did, Chen Zhao didn't want to continue like this. Moreover, it wasn't a regular stone. It was a stone that was about to turn into a spirit. Didn't they say that it wouldn't turn into a spirit after the country was established? Of course. This was only Chen Zhao's prediction. Who knew when this calming jade would develop intelligence? Maybe it would complete the transformation soon. But for humans, it would still be a long process. Ouch. Just then, a boy bumped into Chen Zhao's leg and fell on his butt. Chen Zhao froze. Because he wasn't far from the calming jade, his senses were still greatly affected. He didn't notice the boy's actions at all. The boy's parents hurried over. "Xiao Yi, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Mom." "Hurry and apologize to Uncle." "Sorry, Uncle." The boy called Xiao. Yi looked at Chen Zhao obediently. I'm sorry," Chen Zhao said, smiling. "I was distracted and didn't notice you." The couple seemed to have taught their children well. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong in the accident. However, they were brave enough to admit their mistakes. It was enough to show their values. The child's father dragged his suitcase. He wore glasses and looked thoughtful. The child's mother was quite pretty. Her makeup was mainly light and elegant. Her tone and attitude were both easygoing. "Hello, Xiao, you ran too fast just now," the mother said gently. "It's okay. Kids are always noisy. If they don't, they won't be kids anymore. Are you here to travel too?" "All right. Are you alone, sir?" "No, I'm here to play with my friends during Chinese New Year." The two chatted as they walked. "What a coincidence. Do you live here?" "I'm next door." Chen Zhao's suite was next door to this family's suite. "Yes, what a coincidence, but it's really not cheap here," the father complained. 2,300 a day. Chen Zhao grinned. "Only 2,300 yuan?" He earned 100,000 a day. "You have the nerve to tell me it's expensive?" "I've been busy all year," Chen Zhao said, chuckling. "It's rare for me to come out and play. Don't think it's too expensive." "That's true. This is one of the best resorts in the country. It's expensive, but there are benefits to it. With the facilities here, it's not a loss." The father seemed to be consoling himself. Even so, he still felt pain in his heart. After all, his family wasn't very rich. Staying here for 3 days would cost a few thousand yuan. Anyone would feel uncomfortable for a while. After chatting at the door for a while, Qin Zhao and the father returned to their respective rooms. "Linlin, do you think we'll really be fine if we hide here with Little Yi?" "I think so. The fortune teller said that Xiaoye's calamity can be resolved here." The child's mother was also a little worried. After all, they were facing an inhuman being. This time, they said that they were bringing Little Yi here for a vacation. But in reality, they were here to seek refuge. At the same time, outside the resort, 2 humanoid creatures with inhuman faces were loitering outside the resort. Before they could enter, a figure appeared in front of the 2 inhuman creatures. "Who are you people? What are you doing here?" "Friend," one of the inhuman creatures said. "We're chasing a thief who stole something from us. He's escaped inside now." However, the cultivator clearly did not believe the words of the 2 demons. "This is Jingxin Villa. No one is allowed to cause trouble here, especially 2 demons who haven't transformed yet. Friend, we're from Kunlai Mountain. We're here on the orders of Ancestor Kunlai. Please do us a favor." "No," the cultivator said coldly. "Don't wander around here if you don't have anything to do. Be careful not to be eaten." "Friend, are you not going to give Ancestor Kunlai face?" "This is Jingxin Villa, not Kunlai Mountain," the cultivator snorted. The 2 demons didn't force their way in. After all, it was just the 2 of them. If they went to Jingxin Villa alone, it would be no different from suicide. So, the 2 decisively chose to retreat. After confirming that the 2 demons had left, the cultivator's expression changed. He hurried back into Jingxin Villa. Jingxin Villa's influence was great, but whether or not it could intimidate Old Monster Kunlai was another matter. Old Monster Kunlai was a tyrant in the southwest region. It was said that he was one of the few great demons with 1,000 years of cultivation. Even the government turned a blind eye to Old Monster Kunlai occupying the mountains and acting as the king. Anyone, as long as their strength reached a certain level and didn't go against those in power, would basically be recruited or set up their own faction. Old Monster Kunlai was one of them. In China's supernatural world, there was a saying, "West Mountain Stupa Town Kunlai, East Mountain Ghost Gate saves life." This West Mountain Stupa was naturally referring to Old Monster Kunlai, and East Mountain Ghost Gate saves life was referring to Mount Tai Ghost King. Of course, there was still a difference between the 2. For example, Old Monster Kunlai was an unorthodox person. The government didn't care about you. He was also secretly free and unfettered. And Mount Tai Ghost King was a true nobleman. He was one of the higher-ups of the government. He could even be said to be one of the people in power. The fiefdom given by the government and many of them were open and above-board industries. Although he wasn't human, his power was thicker than most people's. Something happened. Luo Bin hurried into the meeting hall. Originally, there were two cultivators dressed in traditional Han clothing. They were drinking tea with their legs crossed and chatting leisurely. Suddenly, they were shocked by Luo Bin's shout. What happened? Just now, two demons from Kunlai Mountain came outside. They said they were under the orders of old demon Kunlai to find a person who stole something from them. However, I chased them away. However, I am worried that old demon Kunlai will send more people to cause trouble. Will old monster Kunlai come personally? If he does, we won't be able to stop him with just the few of us here. Old monster Kunlai, that's a great demon. No, I have to inform the boss. Go and investigate who that old monster Kunlai is looking for. Also, those two monsters said that old monster Kunlai lost something. Find out what exactly it is. Luo Bin dialed the boss's number. Boss, something happened. Luo Bin quickly told the boss on the other side of the phone. After a moment of silence, the person on the other end of the phone said, Has the person in room 058 checked in? Chapter 2694. He's checked in. Boss, what about Kunlai? Everyone didn't understand why the usually tough boss would choose to acquiesce. Couldn't even the boss deal with Kunlai? As long as he doesn't kill anyone in Jingxin Villa, you don't have to care about anything else. But this will break our rules. The rules can't be broken. The person in room 058 will naturally kick me out and deal with Kunlai. Boss, are you sure you're not mistaken? The two guests in room 058 seem ordinary. One's cultivation is about the same as mine. I can't tell how strong the other is, but his chi is dense and his gaze is sharp. He looks like a body cultivator. Yes. Remember, don't interfere in this matter. Just treat that person as an ordinary guest. Hearing this, everyone could only give up. However, they didn't understand who the guest in room 058 was. Why did he say that he could solve the problem? At the moment, Chen Zhao, who was in room 058, was sitting on the stairs connecting to the courtyard and gazing at the starry sky. However, he was still thinking about the meditation jade. It wasn't that he was still eyeing the meditation jade. It was just that the meditation jade could have a little world stronger than him. Chen Zhao had always remembered this. It didn't mean that the meditation jade was stronger than him. To be honest, the meditation jade didn't even have intelligence yet. Even if it did and became a big demon, Chen Zhao would still kill it if he needed to. What Chen Zhao cared about was the meditation jade's little world. It was a spiritual item born from nature and had never cultivated before. However, it had an extremely powerful little world. It could be said that Chen Zhao, Zhang Tianyi, Baifla, and the 23rd Blood Mary, their little worlds added together weren't as dense as the meditation jade. How strong was the meditation jade's little world? It enveloped the entire Jingxin Villa, making it hard for everyone's senses to spread out. Heaven was the father and earth was the mother, so the little world was naturally formed from nature. Nature had endless power and was boundless. However, how small was the chance to form a little world? Chen Zhao never bought lottery tickets because he felt that someone was behind the lottery. Any small chance was equivalent to zero. So this meditation jade might have been born from nature, but it was definitely not a product of nature. This seemingly contradictory conclusion was actually the most consistent with the theory of cause and effect. The tranquil, precious jade, which was created by man's interference with heaven and earth, allowed it to have its own little world. Perhaps the imminent awakening of the jade of tranquility and the development of spiritual wisdom was also the result of someone's actions. Chen Zhao narrowed his eyes and started thinking again. It seemed that only Zhang Tianyi had the ability, strength, and resources to do this kind of thing. Chen Zhao's eyes lit up and he turned to look at Mo Han, who was sleeping on the sofa in the living room. Mo Han shuddered and suddenly woke up from his sleep. As an outstanding assassin, it was normal for him to sense danger and wake up from his sleep. Emohan had already discovered that the person who was looking at him with a cold gaze was precisely the person he feared the most, Qin Zhao. "Mr. Qin, is there anything I can help you with? Tell me, did you secretly reach out to old Zhang without my knowledge, and the two of you made a certain clandestine deal?" Chen Zhao had every reason to believe that even under his full surveillance, Emohan could still secretly get in touch with some people. Moreover, it was Emohan who had guided him to the Jingxin Manor. So, if the boss behind the Jingxin Manor was Zhang Tianyi, then Emohan, who had led him here, was the biggest suspect. Emohan was dumbfounded. What was going on? This was completely groundless. "Don't joke around. My people are already in your hands. Is it worth it to hook up with others? If Zhang Tianyi could really save my life." Emohan really didn't mind being Zhang Tianyi's lackey. The point was, Zhang Tianyi also couldn't do anything to Qin Zhao. Would Chen Zhao listen to Zhang Tianyi and let him go? This was Emohan's psychological activity. "I'm innocent." Chen Zhao had been observing Emohan. He couldn't tell whether an outstanding assassin was really doing something shameful through his facial expression, but he still maintained a suspicious attitude towards Emohan. "How much do you know about this Jingxin Manor?" "I only know that there is such a place. I really don't know how many there are." Emohan secretly observed Chen Zhao's facial expression. He also didn't know what Qin Zhao was thinking and what he meant. But this feeling was very dangerous. It doesn't matter if you think nonsense, but if you recklessly speculate about my professionalism, I will be the one who will lose my life. Suddenly, Chen Zhao found that there was a pair of eyes staring at their room through the floor-to-ceiling window. Although Chen Zhao's little world was suppressed, the shadow eye was still working. This kind of spying couldn't avoid Qin Zhao at all. Qin Zhao flicked his right hand. Pop! A small black ball the size of a grain of rice shot out. It directly penetrated the wall and at the same time sent the person hiding behind the wall flying. "Go and bring that person in," Qin Zhao said indifferently. Emohan was overjoyed. He almost knelt down to thank the person who spied on him. If that person didn't interrupt Chen Zhao's thoughts, if his thoughts had been drilled into a dead end, at that time he wouldn't even be able to withstand a slap. Emohan went to the door and looked at the person on the ground. The person was wearing the uniform of the manor's staff. He wasn't dead, but his injuries were not light. Emohan didn't care so much at this time. He picked up the person and walked in. "Mr. Qin, he's not dead, but he seems to have fainted. Do you want me to wake him up?" "Of course." Chen Zhao glared at Emohan. Emohan immediately did as he was told and pressed twice on the person's body. The person jumped up with a scream. But the next moment, Emohan pressed him back to the ground. "Be honest. Say what you should and don't say what you shouldn't. We're not idiots." To be honest, Emohan was actually trying to save him. It wouldn't be good if he said something he shouldn't and caused Qin Zhao to bleed like a river. "Who told you to spy on me?" Qin Zhao asked. "Sir, I don't know what you're talking about. I just wanted to come in and ask if you need any service. You attacked me for no reason. This isn't over." Chen Zhao chuckled. "I also think this isn't over." Just then, a few people came in from outside. One of them was the woman in the traditional Chinese dress who had led the way for Qin Zhao. When the woman saw her companion being pressed to the ground by Emohan, her expression darkened. "Sir, you better explain what's going on." Chapter 2695. I need to explain too. Why don't you guys go first? Chen Zhao had a fake smile on his face. It was an expression that made people want to punch him. "Do it." They didn't waste any more time with Chen Zhao. The woman raised her hand and tossed. A beam of golden light shot toward Chen Zhao. When Chen Zhao saw it clearly, he realized that it was another alchemy rope. Chen Zhao was furious. Fuck, it was just a guess, but now it was confirmed. Although the one tied to him was a replica, Chen Zhao still hated it to the core. Chen Zhao snapped the alchemy rope on him. The woman and the others had planned to use a few more combo moves. But when they looked up, their trump card had been broken. Didn't you say that no one in the world could break it? Boss, you're lying. In the past, they'd been almost invincible with this rope. No matter how fierce or evil a cultivator was, they were like a dog with a rope tied to it. But today, they couldn't help but doubt this unparalleled alchemy rope. Grabbing the broken alchemy rope, he raised his hand and whipped it. Ah! With a painful cry, a man in chef clothes was sent flying and slammed into the wall. How dare you? How dare you cause trouble in Jingxin Villa? Do you know who opened Jingxin Villa? Who? Tell me. You're scaring me. Humph. Don't be so glib. I'll tell you now. Our boss is the top person in the world. He's Celestial Master Zhang. If you dare to cause trouble here today, even if you kill us, you won't escape our boss's eyes. Ha! Eyes of heavenly magic. Chen Zhao's laughter was cold. Then he called Zhang Tianyi. Old Zhang, what are you doing? Sleeping. Don't you know what time it is? Zhang Tianyi's tone was filled with annoyance. Oh, go back to sleep. I met a few people who used your name to cheat here. I'll break their arms and legs and send them to you for you to deal with. Wait, you're... Zhang Tianyi panicked. He realized that Chen Zhao was in Jingxin Villa and that the kids definitely didn't listen to his instructions. She must have done something for Chen Zhao to notice. Jingxin Villa. Fuck! Zhang Tianyi cursed. Kid, if you dare hurt my people, I'll cross the Pacific Ocean tonight and flatten your supernatural organization. Motherfucker, believe it or not, I will kill my way to your Dragon Tiger Mountain right now. Kill your entire clan and slaughter your disciples and grand disciples. The two smelly hooligans' mouths were full of extravagant boasting. In any case, they were just saying these harsh words. Those who didn't know better would think that the two of them were fighting to the death. In fact, the two of them were just trying to show off their eloquence. Chen Zhao scanned everyone in the room with an unfriendly gaze. You'd better tell me the whole story honestly now, lest I vent my anger on your disciples and grand disciples when I'm unhappy. After all, even if you want to vent your anger on my subordinates, you'll have to fly to the Pacific Ocean. I can reach it with my hand. I don't even know what you're talking about. Zhang Tianyi was still stubborn. Chen Zhao lifted his eyelids and looked at the woman in Han attire standing at the front. He flicked his fingers. On the other end of the line, Zhang Tianyi heard a scream coming from the other end of the line. Zhang Tianyi immediately panicked. Chen Zhao, don't be rash. If one of my subordinates loses a single hair, we'll fight to the death. Ha! They're in my hands. I can do whatever I want. Zhang Tianyi really regretted not scheming against Chen Zhao. In the end, he got himself into trouble. Just you wait. I'll wait. The few people looked at Chen Zhao in shock and anger. They didn't know what Chen Zhao was going to do. Although it seemed like Chen Zhao was talking to their boss just now, they didn't believe it. Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't believe it. However, Chen Zhao didn't attack them now, but he didn't let them leave either. About half an hour later, just then a figure dashed in. Everyone looked up. It was Zhang Tianyi. Boss! Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Zhang Tianyi to come. Wasn't the Celestial Master at Dragon Tiger Mountain? Zhang Tianyi ignored his subordinates and turned to look at Chen Zhao, who was still crossing his legs. Chen Zhao, I'm here. Let's draw the Dao. Are we going to compete again? Or what? Compete my ass, you old turtle. Chen Zhao pointed at Zhang Tianyi and scolded. If you don't give me a clear explanation today, I'll kill them. Even if you come, you won't be able to protect them. That's what I said. Chen Zhao couldn't kill Zhang Tianyi, but he could easily kill these people. Everyone looked at Chen Zhao in disbelief. This person dared to be so arrogant in front of Celestial Master Zhang? How could he be so arrogant? Wasn't he afraid of being slapped into the wall by Celestial Master Zhang? Surprisingly, Celestial Master Zhang didn't attack. Instead, he stared at Qin Zhao. What are you staring at? Do it. Whoever's a coward is a coward. Zhang Tianyi looked around. Other than his subordinates, there was only his grandson, Mo Han, here. But threatening Chen Zhao with Mo Han? Chen Zhao, actually this is also a misunderstanding. Can't we sit down and talk about it? Chen Zhao sneered at Zhang Tianyi. The people behind Zhang Tianyi were dumbfounded. Why didn't he attack the Celestial Master? Was he not feeling well? You want to waste time with me, right? Chen Zhao narrowed his eyes and said hurriedly, You want me to kill one or two of them first? Fine, I'll be frank with you. Actually, this Jingxin villa is a big gift I prepared for you. Are you surprised? Zhang Tianyi wanted to liven up the atmosphere, but Chen Zhao didn't cooperate. Zhang Tianyi's mouth twitched, as if he had made a difficult decision. Okay, I'll tell you. I'm all ears. Nonsense, Zhang Tianyi said unhappily. Have you heard of old monster Kunlai? Never heard of him. It's not like you don't know that I've been living abroad. Anyway, he's an awesome old monster. Since I became enlightened, I've fought with him a few times. I could defeat him every time, but I couldn't do anything to him. Also, after every fight, he would look for a reason to lose. The next time we fight, it'll be even harder to deal with. Chen Zhao listened to Zhang Tianyi calmly, automatically filtering out some of the content. In the past 10 years, I haven't fought with him again. He also went into hiding. Until recently, I heard that he's been looking for a boy. It's your neighbor, little Yezi. That kid? What about him? This incident happened to be related to my Jingxin mountain manor. I calculated with my fingers and found that you were the culprit. Then I told the couple to come here to hide from the disaster. You can link it to me. Chapter 2696. If you calculate it yourself, no one in the world can calculate your fate. But if you calculate it from the side and you happen to be after this karma, it's not hard. Zhang Tianyi's words made sense, but Chen Zhao still suspected that he'd been tricked. Why does Kunlai want to capture that child? Of course, Kunlai has Kunping blood. It's normal for monsters like him to eat humans. That child is unusual too. He's born with a spirit meridian. For monsters like Kunlai, he's as nutritious as 1,000-year-old ginseng. Zhang Tianyi snickered and turned to look at Chen Zhao. But at the same time, a monster like Kunlai's flesh is nutritious for normal people too. Chen Zhao licked his lips. Zhang Tianyi continued, So I need someone who can restrain him. I realize that you're doing everything you can to trick me. First, you tricked me back to the country. Then, you want me to deal with the great monster that hasn't appeared in the Qinling Mountains. Now, you want me to deal with a 1,000-year-old monster. Chen Zhao, don't think that I'm tricking you. I've been reading books in the mountains these 2 days and realized that your spell isn't unsolvable. The terrifying thing about the 9 pieces of Viscera technique is that your appetite is far greater than your appetite. If you can satisfy your appetite, then the 9 pieces of Viscera technique will naturally be cured. But even if you eat enough food for thousands or tens of thousands of people, you won't be able to satisfy your appetite. Why do you have an appetite for monsters? It's because their flesh and blood carry spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy of a monster's flesh and blood far surpasses that of ordinary food. Therefore, if you want to get rid of the spell, you can only devour powerful monsters. In this world, there aren't many monsters that can be provided for you to devour, and you especially need an abnormally powerful monster. Therefore, old monster Kunlai is definitely the best choice. His 1,000 years of cultivation allowed his flesh and blood to be filled with spirituality. It's even more robust than the flood dragon you devoured. Zhang Tianyi spoke confidently, but the others felt chills down their spines. Even though they were all cultivators, they'd only heard of monsters eating humans. They'd never heard of humans eating monsters, especially when Zhang Tianyi said that Chen Zhao had devoured the serpent. They felt a wave of terror. In China, almost every cultivator would have a taboo ranking. Zhang Tianyi was undoubtedly on the list, and the Great Serpent and Old Monster Kunlai were also at the top. Now, the serpent had become Qin Zhao's food. Old Monster Kunlai was also on Chen Zhao's menu. Rumble, suddenly. Chen Zhao's stomach rumbled like thunder. Chen Zhao slowly raised his head. When is Kunlai coming? After all, for the sake of a feast, I don't mind taking the initiative. It won't take long. Old Monster Kunlai will come over himself. You said you'll give me the calming jade, right? Chen Zhao suddenly changed the topic. Huh, that thing is useless to you. Zhang Tianyi looked at him with a fake smile. Whether it's useful or not is my business. Are you going to give it to me? You should have guessed something, right? Zhang Tianyi looked at him meaningfully. When we were discussing Dao that day, regarding the method, I proposed to let the small world grow. Given your time, you might not be able to cultivate it to that extent. So, are you planning to borrow the small world of this meditation jade? Merge it with your own small world? Zhang Tianyi chuckled again and admitted frankly, as expected, I can't hide it from you. Qin Zhao didn't know how Zhang Tianyi would merge the small world of the meditation jade, but he definitely had his own way. After all, he was Zhang Tianyi. Then, do you know that the meditation jade is about to gain sentience? I do, and I'm the one who let it be. The small world it produces is vast, but it has no sentience. You should have realized that to me, it's a dead object. Even if it merges with my small world, it won't achieve the desired effect. So, I need it to become a living thing. Zhang Tianyi paused and then said, Not only me, but the 23rd Blood, Mary and Bifla are also doing their own experiments. The others couldn't understand the conversation between the two, but they could vaguely sense that the content of their discussion was beyond their level. There were some words that he didn't quite understand, but they were very mysterious. But their experiments are different from mine. I don't know how their progress is. I've mentioned this to you guys for less than a month. Aren't you guys too well prepared? Also, you can't have prepared this meditation jade in a month, right? What are you thinking about? Without a few hundred years of incubation, the tranquil jade cannot even form an embryo. This tranquil jade originally belonged to Mount Longhu. It was only because of the issue we discussed last time that I took it out of the palace treasury. To be honest, Zhang Tianyi had thought that even though Qin Zhao was one step ahead, if he could keep up with the progress of his plan, he could definitely catch up. But 2 days ago, when he fought Qin Zhao for the first time, he realized that not only had Chen Zhao's combat power increased terrifyingly, his small world could actually strengthen his body and completely merge with him. At first, he didn't think much of it. At most, it was an increase in combat power. At first, he didn't think much of it. At most, it was an increase in combat power. But after thinking about it carefully, he was shocked to discover the terrifying effect of the small world strengthening his body. It was a state that was almost indestructible, especially for a monster like Chen Zhao. To be honest, in Zhang Tianyi's eyes, Qin Zhao's body couldn't be called a monster anymore. Even the monsters he knew probably weren't as terrifying as Qin Zhao's. He didn't know how Chen Zhao had tempered his body. Apart from Qin Zhao, the strengthening types he knew probably couldn't even compare to 1/10,000th of Qin Zhao's. What kind of tempering was needed to make his body reach such a level? After strengthening his body with the small world, Chen Zhao's body would probably reach a state that was almost indestructible. Thus, Zhang Tianyi realized that even if his plan went smoothly and succeeded, he would at most barely catch up to Qin Zhao's progress. He wouldn't catch up to Qin Zhao. He had to admit that he was still in the first stage of implementation, but Chen Zhao had already completed the second stage. This was a big blow to Zhang Tianyi. He was known as the #1 person in the world, but now Qin Zhao had surpassed him, at least in terms of cultivation level. Chen Zhao was undoubtedly one step ahead of him. Of course, as the publicly acknowledged #1 person in the world, of course, Zhang Tianyi wouldn't admit defeat so easily. The pressure Chen Zhao gave him would also become his motivation. "Oh, if I agreed and accepted your gift, what would you have done?" Chapter 26, 97. Zhang Tianyi smiled. That smile made Chen Zhao want to leave a mark on his face. That jade of tranquility can be said to be valuable, but it can also be said to be worthless. Since I can make it mutate in a month's time, I can naturally make a second piece. It's nothing more than a slightly larger piece of jade. Chen Zhao's mood immediately turned sour. As expected, he really couldn't beat Zhang Tianyi in scheming. Chen Zhao wondered if he should just destroy the calming jade. Should he let Zhang Tianyi taste what it felt like to be fed shit? Forget it. He shouldn't harm others without benefiting himself. If Zhang Tianyi was his enemy, Chen Zhao definitely wouldn't mind feeding him shit. Zhang Tianyi brought the employees of Jingxin Mountain to a private room. As soon as he closed the door, Zhang Tianyi slapped the woman in the traditional Chinese attire. Zhang Tianyi's expression was cold. "Didn't I tell you not to do unnecessary things? Not to care about that asterisk shoal? You just wouldn't listen. Great, now you even need me to save your lives." "Boss, sorry." Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at Zhang Tianyi. They'd never seen their boss so angry. They'd originally been driven into a corner and were taken in by Zhang Tianyi to receive his protection. It could be said that Zhang Tianyi was their life savior. Moreover, Zhang Tianyi had always taken good care of them. Almost every time they were in danger, Zhang Tianyi would stand up for them. Jingxin Mountain had been established recently. They'd also been invited by Zhang Tianyi to help him look after the place. They were grateful to Zhang Tianyi and happy to have a job. This time, Zhang Tianyi had protected them again. They weren't disciples of Dragon Tiger Mountain, but they respected Zhang Tianyi more than the disciples. But this time, Zhang Tianyi was furious. "Do you know that Asterisk Shoal will really kill you? The number of enemies that died in his hands is more than Old Monster Kunlai. Even if it's Old Monster Kunlai, I'm confident I can save you. But if that bastard wants to kill you, I can't even protect you." Everyone was ashamed, feeling that they'd caused trouble for Zhang Tianyi. From Chen Zhao and Zhang Tianyi's conversation, they understood. They understood that Chen Zhao and Zhang Tianyi were on the same level. This made them even more uneasy. After all, they were going to monitor an existence as powerful as Zhang Tianyi. It was no different from suicide. Not only were they ashamed, but in their opinion, they had brought Zhang Tianyi great trouble. Forget it. Zhang Tianyi's anger came and went quickly, and he quickly calmed down. "I originally wanted to trick that bastard. Although it's different from the plan, it's just the right thing to say. There's no need to be secretive anymore. Boss, should we go apologize to that person?" "No need." Zhang Tianyi waved his hand. "You guys are not on the same level as him. Whether he accepts it or not, he has to give me face. Moreover, you guys might not be sincere in your apology, so it's better to do your own things honestly." The next day, Chen Zhao sat in the yard for the entire day. The furniture in the room that was broken yesterday had also been replaced. However, the people who came to change the furniture were all ordinary employees. None of the people who had been taught a lesson by Chen Zhao yesterday appeared before him. Chen Zhao sat in the yard for the entire day. Chen Zhao wanted to relax his body and mind and calm himself down. However, Mo Han was not so happy. He could not go anywhere. He wanted to turn on the TV to pass the time. He would be scolded by Chen Zhao for being too noisy. In the evening, Xiao Yezi's family passed by Chen Zhao's yard. It seemed that the family had a good time today. The family was happy and harmonious, passing by with laughter. At this time, Xiao Yezi saw Chen Zhao sitting in the yard. "Uncle." The bright voice interrupted Chen Zhao's calmness. Of course, with Chen Zhao lying on his side, no one would believe that he was meditating. Chen Zhao responded with a smile. Xiao Yezi ran in. Xiao Yezi's parents also followed in. "Hello, Mr. Chen." "Hello." Chun Zhao sat up and held Xiao Yezi in front of him. Xiao Yezi, tell me, where did you go today? We went to the water park and a lake. We also took a speedboat. It was amazing, Xiao Yezi said excitedly. Chun Zhao widened his eyes and pretended to be surprised. Xiao Yezi, aren't you afraid? No, Xiao Yezi isn't afraid. It's not scary at all. Huh. Mr. Chin, have you eaten? Let's go eat together. I heard that there's a roasted camel made by a chef from West Asia, Mr. Yi said. Just then, Mr. Yi realized that there was another person in the living room. We'll treat you tonight. Mr. Chin, come with your friend. Chen Zhao was about to refuse when his stomach growled. He had not eaten for the whole day. He needed to preserve his appetite for the big meal that was coming soon. Chen Zhao blushed, which was rare. Okay. Chen Zhao finally stood up. Emo Han, come out and let's eat together. Emo Han walked out listlessly. Chen Zhao had not eaten for the whole day. He had not eaten either. Chen Zhao did not allow him to eat. He said that he wanted to starve, so everyone would starve together. Mr. Yi was quite generous, but he regretted it when it came to the barbecue. Chen Zhao was completely a reincarnated hungry ghost. No matter how much food was served, he would stuff it into his mouth. Mr. Chen, eat slowly and drink something. Okay, thanks. Chen Zhao finished the free drink in one gulp. Waiter, another one. Mr. Ye's expression was somewhat awkward. The drinks here were free, but the barbecue was not. Not only was it not free, but it was also very expensive. Mr. Chin, how long has it been since you last ate? Mr. Yi felt that Chen Zhao and Emo Han were probably traveling in poverty. However, he could not understand why they would stay in such an expensive Jingxin villa if they were traveling in poverty. After moving in, they did not go out to play and were starving. Why did they have to do this? Big appetite. Qin Zhao's mouth was filled with food. He chewed casually and swallowed. Mr. Yi looked at Emo Han. Emo Han was relatively more normal. However, Emo Han did not say anything. He only said that his surname was Emo when he first talked to Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi felt that the two were a strange combination. One was approachable, while the other was unapproachable. Qin Zhao had actually restrained himself this time. He did not really eat to his heart's content. He was not even 10% full. After all, many people here were here to play. He had to leave some for others. Waiter, bill please. Don't. I said I'll pay. Mr. Yi immediately stopped him. It's fine, Qin Zhao said casually. When the waiter reached them, Mr. Yi still wanted to pay. You really can't do this. I said I'll pay, so I'll pay. Sir, it's a total of 45,000. Do you want to pay by card or cash? The waiter looked at everyone with a smile. Mr. Ye's expression froze. Qin Zhao tossed the card to the waiter. Card. Chapter 2698. When Mr. Yi saw the credit card, he realized that he had made a mistake. He had thought that Chen Zhao and Emo Han were two poor people who had no money to travel. He suddenly realized that Chen Zhao was rich and richer than him. But to be honest, Chen Zhao did not look like a rich person from the way he ate. Qin Zhao finished eating and wiped his greasy hands on his clothes. Mr. and Mrs. Yi were speechless. Mom, I'm cold, Xiao Yezi suddenly said. Qin Zhao saw Xiao Yezi crossing his arms. His face seemed to be covered in frost. His body was also emitting a cold aura. While breathing, Xiao Yezi actually breathed out white air. It was early spring and the temperature was not high, but it should not be this cold. What's wrong with Xiao Yezi? It's okay. Kids are afraid of the cold. Mr. Yi forced a smile and reached out to hug Xiao Yezi. But as soon as he touched Xiao Yezi, he suddenly retracted his hand from the cold. He quickly took off his coat and wrapped it around Xiao Yezi. Sorry, we'll go back first. Okay. Goodbye. Goodbye. Mr. and Mrs. Yi hurriedly left with Xiao Yezi. Mr. Chen, that boy doesn't seem to have an ordinary spiritual pulse, Emo Han said to Qin Zhao. Not an ordinary spiritual pulse? What does that mean? Mr. Qin, how much do you know about spiritual pulses? Qin Zhao was silent for a while and then said, not at all. Spiritual pulses can also be understood as spiritual meridians. Mo Han explained in detail. In fact, it is a kind of innate magical ability or a kind of innate talent. Even if it is not awakened, it still has great potential. And after awakening, it can be said that it is 1,000 miles in a single day. Other people may not even be able to compare with this kind of innate spiritual vein in a single day's cultivation progress. That Xiao Yezi is such a genius? It's better to say that he's a monster than a genius. What? Is he possessed by a monster? No, I'm talking about his talent. Genius is not enough to describe his excellence. When I heard Celestial Master Zhang say that Kunlai wanted to devour that boy, I already had my doubts. Even a spiritual pulse shouldn't make that kind of 1,000-year-old monster go to such lengths. Now I see something. That boy is not ordinary. The demon race has 1,000-year-old demons, while the human race has 1,000-year-old spirit veins. What does this 1,000-year spirit vein mean? For example, Mr. Qin, you can find an ordinary female spiritual pulse and make sure she doesn't awaken it. Let her live a normal life and let her get married and have children. The child she gives birth to must be a girl. When she gives birth to her first child, use her as a blood sacrifice and pass the spiritual pulse to her child. Then, let the child repeat her mother's growth path. This repeated process is the continuous sublimation of the spiritual pulse. Repeat like this for 1,000 years. When a certain generation of spiritual pulse gives birth to a boy, it means the fruit is ripe. Qin Zhao frowned. You call this a fruit? Qin Zhao thought that he was cold-blooded enough, but when he heard this process, he only felt nauseous. Just now, with every breath that little Yi took, he exhaled a thick amount of spiritual energy. He is like a perpetual motion machine that continuously inhales and exhales spiritual energy. For anyone, he is a huge treasure. If he can awaken, then he will be a peerless genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. But if he falls into the hands of the demons, then he will be as precious as Tang Seng's meat. No, didn't you say that every generation of the spiritual pulse's mother has to be sacrificed to her child? Doesn't Xiao Yezi's mother need it? That woman shouldn't be Xiao Yezi's biological mother, Mo Han said. Mo Han said, this kind of bloodline inheritance is necessary. How can it not be needed? Especially in his generation. All the essence is condensed in the body of little Yezi's mother. If there is no blood sacrifice, how can little Yezi have such a pure bloodline? Qin Zhao didn't like this kind of bloodline. He didn't even like Xiao Yezi. Although Xiao Yezi was innocent, this kind of sinful inheritance was full of blood and cruelty. That child was most likely created by old monster Kunlai, Mo Han said. Others don't have the time and energy to spend 1,000 years and go through dozens of generations of bloodline inheritance. Qin Zhao licked his lips and suddenly grinned. To some extent, he and I are the same kind of people. We both like to eat. Mo Han thought of Qin Zhao's table manners and couldn't help but feel a chill. He didn't see Qin Zhao attack Debay Island with his own eyes. But after the incident, he had seen some videos and photos. He had seen Debay Island after Qin Zhao had ravaged it. He had seen the last trace left by the dragon, a pile of blood and flesh. And Mo Han didn't want to see that hair-raising feeling a second time. Rather than saying that Qin Zhao had caused all of this, it would be more accurate to say that he was the biggest cause of trouble. Order me some more food. I didn't eat to my heart's content just now. And Mo Han was speechless. Did he feed all the food just now? Of course. And Mo Han didn't dare to not satisfy Qin Zhao's request. After all, if Qin Zhao wasn't full, it would be very scary. Perhaps he himself would become stale food. At that moment, the Yi couple returned to their room. Mr. Yi immediately turned on the electric fan to warm Xiao Yezi. facing the hot wind from the electric fan. Xiao Yezi was still hugging her arms, her body shivering. Both Mr. and Mrs. Yi looked worried. They looked at Xiao Yezi worriedly. They were already used to Xiao Yezi's abnormal behavior. More accurately, they were used to it, but there was nothing they could do about it. Even the best doctor couldn't do anything about it. Until last month, a stranger came to their door. He told them that someone could solve it and asked them to send the child to Kunlai Mountain. He also left a map. At that time, they vaguely felt that something was wrong. So they were careful and didn't send the child to Kunlai Mountain. But then, the situation took a turn for the worse. They were constantly attacked by supernatural powers, and the situation took a turn for the worse. Moreover, the situation took a turn for the worse. At the beginning, it was still an ordinary prank that was only meant to scare people. But as time passed, the situation became more and more serious. It even threatened their lives. Sometimes, when they were walking on empty ground, there would be objects falling from the sky for no reason. There were no buildings around them. They went to find someone to exorcise the ghosts, but in one night, the Taoist priest and monk were scared away, until they found an old Taoist priest. The old Taoist priest gave them 3 days of peace, but it was only 3 days of peace. Then it happened again. They found the old Taoist priest again. The old Taoist priest told them that there was someone in Jingshin Mountain who could solve their problem. Chapter 2699. Whoosh! Mr. Yu woke up from his nightmare. Recently, he'd been woken up by nightmares almost every day. But ever since he'd come to Jingshin Villa, he'd had a good night's sleep, which was rare. But on the second night, the haunting nightmare came again. It was that disturbing and chilling nightmare again. The process repeated every night. The unbreakable abyss seemed like it could swallow him at any time. He glanced at his wife and child, who were sleeping soundly. Mr. Yi didn't wake them up. Instead, he got up quietly and took out a cigarette that he hadn't smoked in a long time. Feeling his way in the dark, he went to the yard. He hadn't smoked in a long time. The smell of smoke was bad for children's growth. Just then, Mr. Yi realized that Chun Zhao was also in the yard opposite the fence. Chun Zhao was lying on his side, one hand resting on his head. Mr. Yi looked at the time. It was 2 or 3 in the morning, and the temperature was below 10 degrees. He didn't have anything on him and was wearing thin clothes. Didn't he feel cold? Mr. Yi walked to the fence and called out softly, "Mr. Chin." Chun Zhao turned his head and realized that it was Mr. Yi. "Mr. Yi, it's so late. You're still awake?" Chun Zhao sat up. "Get up and have a smoke. You want one too?" "I'll have one." Chun Zhao took the cigarette that Mr. Yi tossed over. Mr. Yi was about to throw the lighter to Chun Zhao when he realized that Chun Zhao had lit the cigarette himself. "Mr. Chin, you can't sleep either?" "I'm a bit hungry." Mr. Yi was speechless. "You're telling me you're hungry with your table manners today?" "What do you do, Mr. Chin?" "Me. I don't do anything," Chun Zhao said casually. "I just have some businesses and take the dividends." "So you're a big boss, huh?" Mr. Yi teased. He didn't think too much about it. Instead, he felt that Chun Zhao was probably this kind of person. He probably had some money, but he wasn't very cultured. "What about Mr. M.O.?" "Him? He owes me some money. He's working for me now," Chun Zhao said. "Mr. Yi, what do you do?" "I'm the technical director of an internet company," Mr. Yi said. "I heard that it's very profitable now. Is it true? If I had known earlier, I would have invested in a network technology company as well." "It's not as simple as you make it out to be. The companies you've heard of are all big companies that have already received early dividends. 99% of internet companies don't survive more than 3 years. Only the big companies are left. Mr. Chin, I advise you to be cautious about investing in internet technology. Even foreign investment banks find it difficult to accurately target their investments. In fact, most of their investments are wasted. All right, I'm just saying. It's getting late. I should go to bed. Mr. Chin, you should rest early too." I want to sleep too. Unfortunately, this will most likely be a sleepless night. All right, I won't accompany you. Mr. Yi turned around and returned to his room. Chun Zhao looked at the night sky and the dark clouds that were gradually spreading over. Just a moment ago, it was still bright and resplendent, but now it had lost all its luster. Soon, Jingxin Villa and the surrounding mountains were shrouded in dark clouds. Chun Zhao stretched. It seemed that the feast he'd been waiting for the whole night was finally going to be served. Under the rolling dark clouds, there seemed to be something huge hiding in them. At the top of a mountain outside of Jingxin Villa, an old man with a walking stick was looking down at Jingxin Villa from a distance. Behind the old man, there were 3 figures. The old man's back was leaning against the wall. His eyes were lifeless, as if he would die the next moment. However, his seemingly withered body gave off a heart-palpitating aura. He didn't move at all, but he still made people feel fear. The old man was the Kunlai ancestor. Currently, no one in the Huaxia supernatural world was as powerful as him. The title of a 1,000-year-old demon was real and not an exaggeration at all. In addition, he was a descendant of the Kunpeng. His status among the demons was also extremely respected. Of course, even with his 1,000-year-old cultivation and the descendant of the Kunpeng, his lifespan was still limited. His cultivation was far from reaching the stage of immortality, and he didn't have the same lifespan as the heaven and earth, the sun and the moon. He was 1,500 years old now, but in the first 300 years he hadn't entered Taoism. He was just a muddle-headed beast. Now he didn't have much lifespan left. Ancestor, the child of the spirit vein, is in that villa. Yes, my eyes aren't playing tricks on me. I can see clearly. There was a hidden light in the Kunpeng ancestor's murky eyes. It seemed to be able to see through the night sky more than 2,000 meters away. The Kunpeng ancestor stood there quietly, looking down at the villa. He didn't do anything else. Ancestor, let's bring the child of the spirit vein here. Where's Zhang now? He's been lured away by Flying Swallow. Flying Swallow is leading a few dozen of its kind and pretending to attack Dragon Tiger Mountain. They can at least delay Zhang. Zhang for a day. Of course, this included the time to go back and forth. If Zhang Tianyi was at Dragon Tiger Mountain now, even if the Kunpeng ancestor personally led the team, he wouldn't dare to go to Dragon Tiger Mountain. As for Kunpeng ancestor's subordinate, Fian, it was only pretending to attack Mount Longhu. It wasn't really going to fight Mount Longhu. Flying Swallow only had one task, and that was to lure Zhang Tianchi back to Dragon Tiger Mountain. Zhang Tianyi won't be so easy to deal with. I've been fighting with the human race for thousands of years, but there's never been a cultivator as difficult to deal with as Zhang Tianyi. The Kunpeng ancestor said emotionally, even if he left, he would have left a lot of tricks. Or maybe he didn't leave at all, but pretended to be lured away and then turned back midway. It's also possible. The Kunpeng ancestor had a deep understanding of Zhang Tianyi's methods. Whether it was a battle of wits or magic power, they had fought more than 10 times. But every time they were at a disadvantage. Therefore, the Kunpeng ancestor really didn't want to fight Zhang Tianyi head-on. That was why he had the plan to lure Zhang Tianyi away. As long as Zhang Tianyi left, the small Jingxin villa wouldn't be able to stop him at all. Ancestor, although Zhang Tianyi's methods are extraordinary, he still makes mistakes. Even if he knows that Dragon Tiger Mountain was attacked by the monster race, he doesn't dare to take the risk. After all, that's his foundation. He has to leave even if he doesn't want to. In the end, the matter between the ancestor and the child of the spirit vein has nothing to do with him. I think he knows which is more important. Although that is the case, old Zhang is not as simple as you think. Not only does old Zhang possess great strength, he is also extremely proficient in scheming. Our plans are all done step by step, but old Zhang is able to directly see through the result. Therefore, we absolutely cannot be careless in this operation. Chapter 2700. Just like how Zhang Tianyi was wary of Kunlai. Kunlai was also wary of Zhang Tianyi. After all, he'd never had an opponent who could suppress him in 1,000 years. And in this generation, Zhang Tianyi was the one who could suppress him and beat him up. After more than 10 clashes, Kunlai felt like he was going to die each time. Of course, he wouldn't tell his subordinates about such a shameful thing, so he came back as the victor each time. Kunlai's subordinates were all arrogant now. They felt that even if Zhang Tianyi came, he wouldn't be able to stop Kunlai. So they became more and more arrogant. Of course, they didn't understand that Kunlai was also bitter. Kunlai was powerful, but he didn't dare to act recklessly. Not to mention that Zhang Tianyi, that great god, was pressing down on him. Even the government wasn't something he could go against. If he dared to use a great spell to cover the sky of a city, there was no guarantee that his Kunlai mountain would eat a large nuclear bomb. Even in a suburb like this, he was very nervous. Of course, if he could solve the problem before Zhang Tianyi and the government arrived, everything would be fine. But since Kunlai dared to invade Jingxin Villa, he'd naturally made ample preparations. The situation isn't good. Kunlai actually brought all the vassal demons. There are still many guests in Jingxin Villa. Zhanglan, use a calming talisman on the ordinary guests. No matter how chaotic it is outside, they can't get involved. Zhanglan nodded. What about the cultivators? Do we need to ask them for help? This is Jingxin Villa's problem. We don't care about our reputation, but the boss needs it too. Even if we die, we can't let him down. That guest in room 048, he might have a solution, Zhanglan said after a moment of hesitation. No need. He's him and we're us. No matter what situation we face, don't ask him for help. They'd been taught a lesson last time, and then by Zhang Tianyi. The managers of Jingxin Villa all had some complaints about Qin Zhao. Zhanglan could feel that these companions of hers weren't complaining, but it was better to say that they were acting out of spite. Right at this moment, everyone felt their breath stop for a moment. He's here. Fight! Everyone came to the gate of Jingxin Manor one after another. Everyone's face was filled with pride and determination. It could be said that they had all died once. Therefore, they were fearless. Old Monster, Kunlai's vassals, also came. All of them were demons. A great demon, like old demon Kunlai, would be a demon king in ancient times. However, if the name of the demon king were to be released, the demon king would not be able to escape. The government will nuke you first. After the founding of the People's Republic, it wasn't just that they couldn't become spirits. Whoever dared to proclaim himself as king would be going against the government. In the Huaxia spirit world, hundreds of demons weren't considered a lot. After all, many demon clans had hundreds, or even thousands of demon clans. In particular, the union of 10,000 immortals, the #1 demon race force in the spirit world, claimed to have 1 million demon race members. That was the largest demon alliance in the world. Of course, the reason why the union of 10,000 immortals was so huge was largely because of the strong support of the government behind the union of 10,000 immortals. Therefore, rather than saying that the union of 10,000 immortals was a force in the spirit world, it was better to say that it was a public sect. However, old Monster Kunlai's 100 or so vassals had been with him for at least 200 years. In other words, every demon here had at least 200 years of cultivation and above. None of these demons had taken human form. It wasn't that they didn't have cultivation. In fact, 100 years of cultivation was enough, but they still hadn't transformed. This was because they were proud of their demon form. They were the supreme demons of the demon race. On the other hand, there were only 12 employees of Jingxin Villa. The strongest among them was probably about the same as the weakest of old Monster, Kunlai's vassals. The difference in power couldn't be small. A demon with a human body and a monkey's head stood out from the crowd. The monkey demon carried a goldenrod and was dressed very much like Sun Wukong. Of course, it was only their appearances that looked similar. Move if you don't want to die. The monkey pointed at the 12 employees with the golden rod. Humph! Do you really think you're Sun Wukong just because you're pretending? If there's really a Sun Wukong in this world, I'm afraid the first thing he would do is to kill you. The one who spoke was the manager of Jingxin Villa. He was well dressed and had neatly combed hair. However, his cultivation was not weak. When the monkey demon heard this, he immediately hissed his teeth in anger. Old man, I'm going to tear you apart. The goldenrod in the monkey demon's hand danced and smashed toward the manager's head with a golden lightning. The manager, on the other hand, was calm and collected. He pushed his glasses up with one hand. The golden rod collided with the manager's palm. However, the golden rod seemed to be pulled by a force and lost its original strength and trajectory. Even the monkey demon himself lost his balance and staggered 2 steps forward. The manager stepped forward and slammed his shoulder heavily into the monkey demon's chest. The monkey demon cried out and took a few steps back. The manager also took 2 steps back, relieved the force, and looked balanced. Although the monkey demon lost a move and a half, he was not injured. Playing with soft force. Good, I'm a cross cultivator. You and I are at loggerheads. The monkey demon grinned fiercely. Since ancient times, like yin and yang, the 2 main branches of strengthening, soft force, and cross cultivators, have always been mortal enemies. It has to be said that fighting with soft force opponents is a very painful thing, because even if you have a lot of strength, you can't use it. Especially for cross cultivators like the monkey demon, their attacks are fierce and unparalleled. They are best at fighting head-on. Their favorite opponent is to fight head-on, because no matter whether they win or lose, they can use their strength to their heart's content. But against soft force opponents, no matter how much strength you have, you can't use it. Also, if you're not careful, the opponent can use your strength to fight back. That is the most uncomfortable part. The monkey demon and the manager exchanged dozens of rounds. The monkey demon was so mad that he almost bit someone, but he couldn't even catch the corner of his opponent's clothes. Actually, although the manager seemed to have the upper hand, he was actually walking on a tightrope. The monkey demon was hit a few times, but he was still unharmed. But if he was hit by the monkey demon once, he would lose the ability to fight and even his life. Clang! Just as the man and the demon were fighting, a loud sound came from inside the wall. The people of Jingxin Villa couldn't help but change their expressions. Something happened inside. The manager's eyes turned cold. Inside, the monkey demon grinned and said, "Do you really think that this is everything? Can we really only go in through the door?" Divine Emperor of the 9 Heavens. Chapter 2701. Meanwhile, in Jingxin Villa, a few monsters charged into a suite without any fear. This was the suite that Mr. Ye's family lived in. When they heard the commotion outside, Mr. Ye's family had already woken up. However, they didn't dare to go out to see what was going on. Mrs. Yi hugged Xiao Yezi and looked out the window in fear. Mr. Yi picked up the leg of the chair and hid behind the door. However, judging from his actions and expression, he was also unfamiliar with this kind of business. But the next moment, a claw passed through the door and grabbed Mr. Ye's neck. Ah! Mrs. Yi screamed in fear. The claw was about to crush Mr. Yi. Suddenly, the floor-to-ceiling window shattered. A white light flashed, and the claw was chopped off. The white light didn't stop there after chopping off the claw. It shot directly into the hole in the door. Then a scream came from outside. At the same time, blood spurted in. Having escaped death, Mr. Yi turned to look out the window. He saw a man in a Taoist robe standing outside the window. "Come out," the Taoist urged. "Ah, what? If you delay any longer, your whole family will die here." Mr. Yi snapped out of his daze and went over to hold his wife's hand. "Let's go." The family of 3 escaped from the broken floor-to-ceiling window. Just then, the door was also smashed. One of them was covered in blood and had a broken arm. It was a monster with a tiger head and a human body. Mr. Ye's family had been deeply involved in supernatural incidents. But now, they'd gone from a supernatural incident to a magical one. Demon monster, let's go! The Taoist grabbed Mr. Yi and walked out. Taoist, that's Master sent me to protect your family in secret, the Taoist said hurriedly. Now's not the time to explain. Leave this place with me. Mr. Ye's family didn't have a chance to speak before they were dragged away by the Taoist. When they passed by the suite next door, Mr. Yi looked toward the yard for some reason. He realized that Chen Zhao was still lying on his side, facing the door. His eyes met with theirs. Hello. Chen Zhao smiled and waved. Mr. Yi wanted to remind his friendly neighbor to be careful, but the Taoist didn't even give them a chance to speak. Mr. Chen, before Mr. Yi could finish his sentence, he had already been dragged away. Chen Zhao glanced at the monsters chasing after them. He had no intention of attacking. At least, not yet. Just then, one of the monsters suddenly circled into Chen Zhao's yard. What can I do for you? Chen Zhao warmly greeted the monster with 2 snake heads. Fake foreigner. The twin-headed snake monster opened its mouth and spat out a poisonous mist. Hiss! Chen Zhao took a deep breath and sucked in all the poisonous mist. Not bad, Chen Zhao praised. You. The twin-headed snake demon thought that Chen Zhao was just an ordinary person. He just wanted to find a snack to eat. After all, it was not easy to get a living person to eat these days. In the end, after one move, he discovered that he seemed to have hit an iron plate. At this time, Mo Han came out of the room. He was quite impressed by this twin-headed snake demon, especially when Chen Zhao was hungry. Chen Zhao looked at the twin-headed snake demon. Show me your true power or you're dead. Mo Han looked at the twin-headed snake demon, already mourning for him in his heart. Hearing Chen Zhao's words, the twin-headed snake demon immediately revealed its true form. It was a 10-meter-long, twin-headed black snake. Chen Zhao finally sat up too. Mo Han shook his head. The double-headed black snake that had revealed its true form was the greatest cause of his death. A minute later, there were only 2 heads left of the twin-headed snake and a pool of blood. Mo Han covered his mouth and rushed into the bathroom in the room. That scene was not only inappropriate for children, but it should also be censored in any situation. How could a person eat a 10-meter-long snake that weighed several tons in a minute? If one did not see it with their own eyes, they would definitely not be able to understand. Mo Han was fortunate enough to see this terrifying scene with his own eyes. Are you done? Come out if you're done. This is just the appetizer. I'm not full yet. Hearing Chen Zhao's voice, Mo Han immediately wiped his mouth and hurried out of the bathroom. Taoist, where are we going? Mr. and Mrs. Yi carried Xiao Yezi and followed the Taoist in fear. Stop! The Taoist suddenly waved his hand, signaling for them to stop. The Taoist's expression was extremely serious. Taoist, what's wrong? Mr. Yi did not notice anything wrong. Boundless heaven and earth. Borrow the power of the universe. Appear. The Taoist made a seal. The seal shot into the darkness and exploded into a ball of golden light. There was also a ball of dark matter in the golden light. The dark matter seemed to be impacted by the golden light and burst into countless black shadows. Each shadow was a ferocious, evil spirit. They had been refined by an evil spell and were 100 times more ferocious than regular evil spirits. However, after being illuminated by the golden light, the evil spirits weakened greatly and did not dare to attack the Taoist directly. Come out, the Taoist yelled. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps could be heard in the darkness. Soon, a figure in a tattered black robe walked out. A string of skulls hung on the person's body. The exposed limbs were thin and long. He was clearly not an ordinary person. The Taoist's pupils constricted. The black-robed person had a very famous name, Old Demon Black Mountain. Although he was not the old Demon Black Mountain who kidnapped women in the movie. However, his reputation in the spiritual world was no less than that of the old demon Black Mountain, who kidnapped women. Moreover, this nickname in the spiritual world was hundreds of years earlier than the one in the movie. Maybe the old demon Black Mountain in the movie was inspired by this person. The old demon Black Mountain had done a lot of great things. Although they were all destroyed by righteous people, he was still free and unfettered. This alone was enough to show his strength. He was a great monster who had been running wild for 300 years. Fellow Taoist of Dragon Tiger Mountain, leave now, and I will pretend that you have never been here, the old demon Black Mountain said in a deep voice. Wishful thinking. In that case, let's have a fight. The old demon Black Mountain was also a straightforward person. Without saying much nonsense, black gas instantly surged out of his body. Each wisp of black gas was an evil spirit, and there were many ferocious evil spirits among them. There were at least tens of thousands of evil spirits. Of course, most of these evil spirits were not collected after the founding of the country. They were collected before the founding of the country. After all, too many people had died before the founding of the country. Almost every year, there would be a tragic battle. That was probably the happiest time for him. Of course, his happiness was based on the pain of countless people. In modern times, he could only pretend to be weak. Going against the country? Even a vicious and evil person like him could only bow down in the face of the power of a nation. Those who did not bow down were all killed. Today, I will kill the evil and defend the Tao. Chapter 2702. Thousand ghosts devour the soul, go! The Witch of Black Mountain's means were not very special. Almost all of his methods were focused on the vile souls he had refined in the past. The method of attack was simple, but it was extremely effective. In an instant, countless evil spirits and evil spirits rushed towards the Taoist priest. Boundless heaven and earth borrow the power of heaven and earth. Swordsmanship, chi flowing clouds. The tip of the Taoist priest's sword slashed across his finger, causing a flower of blood to bloom. That flower of blood transformed into a dark golden sword of chi. The dark gold energy sword flashed with a sharp sword intent. The Taoist priest slashed horizontally, and when the dark golden energy sword swept past, it left behind a patch of golden runes. With a single move, countless evil spirits were annihilated. Today, I will destroy as many fierce souls as you come. I want to see how much magic power you have to use this move. Although the old demon of the Black Mountain was surprised by the Taoist's demon-slaying sword essence, he was afraid that even he would not be able to withstand the power of this sword. But it was also clear that although the demon's subduing sword intent was shocking, it consumed a lot of energy. In the past few hundred years, he had refined countless evil spirits and evil spirits. He was not afraid of exhausting the Taoist priest at all. The Taoist priest naturally knew his strengths and weaknesses. He did not want to compete with the Witch of Black Mountain in a battle of attrition. If they continued to fight, he was afraid that his disadvantage would be even greater. He hoped to attack the body of the Witch of Black Mountain. But he was a wise man, and the Witch of the Black Mountain was not stupid either. Naturally, he would not give the Taoist priest a chance to engage in close combat. He had been wandering around the edge of the battlefield. He controlled the evil spirits to attack the Taoist priest and the 3 members of the Yi family at the same time. In this way, they could restrain the Taoist priest so that he could not break through the siege. From time to time, he would return to help the 3 members of the Yi family. After a few rounds of attacks, the Taoist priest had already consumed 60% of his magic power. If he continued like this, he would probably run out of magic power in another 10 minutes. However, he didn't have any better ideas at the moment. If he was alone, he could come and go as he pleased. He could attack or defend as he pleased. But now, with the addition of 3 people from the Yi clan, he was being controlled in all aspects. At this moment, a few auras came from behind. The Witch of the Black Mountain and the Taoist almost sensed the auras at the same time. The Witch of Black Mountain burst out laughing. "Ha, smelly cow knows your end is here." They were naturally the same kind of the old demon of the Black Mountain, also demons under the command of the old demon Kunlai. The Taoist priest's face darkened. He was already at a disadvantage. Now that a few more demons had arrived, the situation he was facing was even more dangerous. This Oxnose actually runs so fast. Luckily, first Uncle Black Mountain stopped me. Otherwise, I would have ruined old ancestors' plans. Thank you for your help, Master Black Mountain. Cut the crap. I'll be the main attacker. You guys stay on the sidelines and look for an opportunity to attack this Oxnose. The deployment of the Witch of the Black Mountain did not hide from the Taoist priest at all. He didn't need to be secretive. The current situation was advantageous to them. He could easily deal with the Taoist priest. As long as they kill this Taoist priest, the life and death of the 3 Yi family members will be decided by them. Beads of perspiration appeared on the Taoist priest's forehead. He knew that the odds were against him. As for abandoning the 3 Yi family members and running away, he could do it. But for cultivators, cultivating the heart was the most important thing. If he abandoned the 3 members of the Yi clan, he was afraid that his cultivation would be crippled. What's more, this was an order from his master, Zhang Tianyi. It was even more impossible for him to abandon them and run away alone. The few monsters surrounded the Taoist priest and did not attack. They were waiting for him to reveal a flaw. The Taoist priest became more cautious. As his magic power was drained, he gradually felt tired. Suddenly, a monster revealed a strange expression. The Taoist priest's heart tightened. That monster is going to attack. In the next moment, the monster suddenly shouted, "Master Black Mountain. There are others." Before the monster finished speaking, his body suddenly seemed to be grabbed by something. His body suddenly pulled back and disappeared into the darkness. The monster's voice came from the dark forest. However, it was an extremely tragic cry. What? There are other people nearby? The Witch of the Black Mountain and the other monsters could not help but be shocked. The Taoist priest was surprised. There were people from his side lying in ambush nearby? Or was it the tracks of the monsters, so that he would let his guard down? The Taoist priest did not dare to be careless. After all, the current situation was unclear. However, at this moment, another monster was instantly pulled into the darkness. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands secretly controlling everything. No. Apart from the screams, there was nothing else. Then, the Taoist priest smelled a strong smell of blood. There was also a demonic aura in the smell of blood. It was obvious that the 2 monsters had met a tragic end. Just as everyone was shocked, the 2 monsters were pulled into the darkness at the same time. What are you? It was too fast. The Taoist priest's expression was solemn. Who was it? Or rather, what was it? None of the demons were weak. Even the Taoist priest would need some effort to defeat them. It was almost impossible to kill them in a short period of time. Who was the one secretly attacking them? Also, such a strong smell of blood was completely abnormal. Who is it? Get the hell out here. The Witch of the Black Mountain was furious and roared angrily. However, the surroundings were still dark and deep. There was no aura at all. Only the strong smell of blood reminded him. There was someone more ferocious than them hiding in the darkness. Master Black Mountain. Save me. Other than the Witch of the Black Mountain, the last monster was dragged into the darkness. Gulp! In just a few seconds, the ugly head of the monster rolled out of the darkness. At this time, the Witch of the Black Mountain could not stay calm. Right under his nose, several of his companions were plotted against and killed. The other party was definitely not weak. In fact, he was even stronger than him. Then he looked at the Taoist priest in front of him. The Witch of the Black Mountain snorted coldly. What a hypocritical ox nose! How dare you be so despicable and shameless? I will let you go today. I will settle the score with you next time. The witch of the Black Mountain was very rational. A Taoist priest was enough to fight against him. In addition, there was an enemy whose strength was unknown and who was hiding in the dark. If the other party attacked him at the same time, he would most likely be left here. Therefore, he wisely chose to retreat for the time being. However, at this moment, the witch of the Black Mountain suddenly felt an invisible force binding his body. "Hey, disperse!" the witch of the Black Mountain shouted. Countless evil spirits and ferocious souls broke through his body, but the force did not dissipate. Instead, its strength increased greatly. "Senior, I will retreat now. Please let me go," the witch of the Black Mountain shouted. However, the person in the darkness did not intend to let him go at all. In the next moment, the body of the witch of the Black Mountain was directly pulled into the darkness. "You, who are you?" "Ah." The voice of the witch of the Black Mountain came from the darkness. The Taoist priest's scalp went numb. Who was that person? Was it someone arranged by Master in advance? But why didn't that person come out? He didn't even say hello. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 2703. The Taoist priest, Mr. and Mrs. Yi were all surprised. Mr. and Mrs. Yi thought that it was the Taoist priest's arrangement. However, the Taoist priest was even more confused than them. When the first two monsters were dragged into the darkness, it could be said that the sneak attack was successful. But the monsters that were dragged into the darkness were all vigilant. Especially the old monster of Black Mountain, almost all his energy was focused on defense. But he was still dragged into the darkness and was killed in an extremely short period of time. This made him extremely panicked. If all this was not a trick of the monsters, then it meant that there was an extremely terrifying existence nearby. The Taoist priest took a deep breath and said, "May I ask which senior is coming?" "This junior is Xianzheng of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Celestial Master Sect." Xianzheng's Taoist name looked like a monk's Buddhist name. In fact, Xianzheng was considered a proper Taoist name in Taoism. However, Xianzheng waited for a long time, but there was no response from the darkness. Xianzheng hesitated for a long time and said, "Thank you for your help, Senior. I still have something to do. I will pay my respects to Senior another day. Goodbye." It was not suitable to stay here for a long time. After all, the old monster Kunlai was nearby. After killing the young one, the old one would come soon. Therefore, Xianzheng could not waste any time here at the moment. If the old monster Kunlai came, then he really could not leave. "Let's go." Xianzheng turned around and said, at the same time leading the way. Although Mr. and Mrs. Yi and Xiao Yezi were afraid, they had no better way at the moment. They could only follow behind Xianzheng. Only Xiao Yezi kept looking into the darkness. He seemed to have seen something. "Xiao Yezi, what are you looking at?" "The uncle in the forest. He ate those monsters." Xianzheng's face changed slightly. He knew the identity of Xiao Yezi. He was found by his master, the future foundation of Dragon Tiger Mountain Celestial Master Sect. His talent could be said to be unique throughout the ages, a living one, and the only one with 1,000-year bloodline to succeed. So if he saw something that he could not see, Xianzheng could only choose to believe it. However, Xianzheng felt that his scalp was a little numb. "Did you just see the man in the forest eat those monsters? Well, that uncle is so scary." Xiao Yezi wrapped her arms around Mr. Ye's neck and unconsciously shrunk. Taoist Xianzheng, on the other hand, felt that only demons would eat demons, not humans. Even if Xiao Yezi saw a human, she would only think that it was a demon in human form. Humans don't eat monsters. After all, demons were covered in demonic aura. Don't be afraid of being turned into a half-demon. Just enter. Humans could really turn into demons. In the eyes of Taoist priest Xianzheng, the man hiding in the dark, no matter what their identities were, since he ate monsters, then he was either a monster to begin with or he had already become a monster. Taoist priest Xian Zheng's footsteps became faster. He also cast a cool breeze incantation on the Yi couple, adding a speed buff. In just 10 minutes, Taoist priest Xian Zheng had already brought the family of 3 to run more than 10 kilometers. But at that moment, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly spread over, followed by a black cloud descending from the sky. The black clouds were like a passageway connecting heaven and earth. But within the black clouds, there was an indescribable pressure. If possible, what Taoist priest Xian Zheng wanted to do the most now was to injure the Yi family and turn around to leave. But he knew that he couldn't do it, because within the black clouds, old monster Kunlai's figure had already appeared. It was a 1,000-year-old demon that seemed old, but it was a chilling 1,000-year-old demon. Taoist priest Xian Zheng didn't say anything, and the dark gold qi sword moved. Taoist priest Xian Zheng directly used a big move, and it was the big move that he didn't use against old monster Black Mountain. In an instant, more than 10 dark gold qi swords hung above his head. Taoist priest Xian Zheng shouted, "Sky sword demon subduing! Slash!" Old monster Kunlai opened his turbid eyes. Not bad, Junior. Back then, I suffered this attack from Zhang Tianyi. Unfortunately, you aren't Zhang Tianyi. After saying that, old monster Kunlai raised the wooden staff in his hand, and the same move as Taoist priest Xian Zheng appeared around him. But old monster Kunlai's move could instantly condense hundreds of dark gold qi swords. Taoist priest Xian Zheng's ultimate move didn't even get close to old monster Kunlai before it was swallowed by the black clouds surrounding old monster Kunlai. It didn't even create any sound or light effects. It could be said that it was a huge loss. He had already fought with old monster Black Mountain and used up 70% to 80% of his magic power, although he recovered a bit of magic power now. But he still wasn't at his peak. Now he used all his magic power on his big move. On the other hand, old monster Kunlai, his 1,000-year magic power wasn't a joke. He was the existence with the highest cultivation in this world. Even Zhang Tianyi was just a little brother in front of old monster Kunlai. Old monster Kunlai was planning to fight back against Taoist priest Xian Zheng. Suddenly, old monster Kunlai stopped. Old monster Kunlai's gaze suddenly shot towards the darkness. In an instant, his gaze became sharp and cold. "Who's there? Come out." Taoist priest Xian Zheng's heart jumped. Could it be that monster that ate his own kind? If he came, maybe under his control, he would have a chance to escape. Old monster Kunlai's gaze turned serious. "Since you've been discovered, you still don't want to come out?" After saying that, old monster Kunlai suddenly waved the wooden staff in his hand. A yellow dragon dashed out from the staff and shot towards the darkness. The yellow dragon, formed by huge magic power, galloped for hundreds of meters in the darkness. Suddenly there was a loud sound. Following it was a devastating shock wave. If Taoist priest Xian Zheng hadn't protected the family of 3, this shock wave would probably have sent the entire Yi family to reincarnation. Taoist priest Xian Zheng's face was also pale. Old monster Kunlai's casual attack had such terrifying power. He couldn't even take this attack. Just the power of the shock wave at the edge would probably vaporize him. Just then, 2 figures gradually appeared in the center of the explosion. Taoist priest Xian Zheng's pupils constricted. Just these 2 people? No, more accurately, these 2 suspected monsters? Mr. Chen? Mr. Yi recognized him immediately. The figure standing in front was Chen Zhao. The person behind him was Emo Han, who seemed to owe Chen Zhao money. Kunlai's face was filled with disdain as he looked at Chen Zhao strolling over. "You're old monster Zhang's chess piece, right? You don't look like much." Chen Zhao swept the dust off his body and walked before old monster Kunlai. "You better fight me with your real body," Chen Zhao said calmly. "You can't even take 1 slap from me in this old man form." Emo Han looked at Chen Zhao deeply. He didn't say anything. His gaze was enough. Chapter 2704. Arrogant. Old monster, Kunlai shouted. Actually, it wasn't just Kunlai who wanted to say this. Even Taoist Xianzhang and the Yi couple behind him wanted to say it. The couple had seen with their own eyes that Taoist Xianzhang's full-powered attack wasn't even 1/10 of Kunlai's casual attack. The gap between them was immeasurable. Old monster Kunlai's yellow dragon rush, just now. The sound and light effects were enough to show how terrifying he was. Of course, what the Yi couple saw was only the surface, but as a professional, Taoist Xianzhang could sense Kunlai's power. He was basically a monster. The entire space was filled with Kunlai's demonic aura. In terms of quantity, this old monster's power was probably 1,000 times his. Even Zhang Tianyi wouldn't dare to say something like, "Come with your real body." Kunlai wouldn't tell Zhang Tianyi how awesome he was just by opening his mouth. Old monster Kunlai waved his cane. The wooden cane suddenly grew bigger, turning into a terrifying snake that swooped down on Qin Zhao's head. Seeing this, Taoist Xianzhang's expression couldn't help but change. That was because the demonic snake formed from the wooden staff itself was a great demon with a terrifying cultivation. Kunlai had probably used some demonic method to refine it into a half-monster, half-magic weapon. Only half of the snake's body was revealed. The other half was still connected to the staff. Even though it was only half of its body, it was already incomparably huge. The snake's mouth alone was 10 meters wide. It covered the sky and covered Chen Zhao. But he saw that Chen Zhao stood where he was, as if nothing had happened. He didn't plan to dodge or block at all. He felt that, as a teammate on the same side, he really had to remind Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao just waved casually. Whoosh! The splattered flesh and blood painted a horrifying canvas on the ground. Kunlai took a step back and looked at the staff that had lost its spiritual qi. His face darkened, and he casually tossed the useless staff away. Not bad. You do have some ability. Old monster Kunlai's eyes flashed with a hint of darkness. Since you destroyed my hollow staff, I'll refine you into a human weapon. I believe you won't have any objections. Qin Zhao's eyes were cold. Hurry up. I'm not full tonight. Kunlai did not like Chen Zhao's gaze. He did not know what that gaze meant, but that kind of gaze made him uncomfortable. As long as it was a gaze that made him uncomfortable, he would never be stingy in giving it death, or a deterrence that was even more terrifying than death. You like to act gloomy in front of this old man? Then I'll let you experience the coldest thing in the world. Old monster Kunlai grabbed the air, and a gloomy azure ball of air was caught in his hand. Go! Dodge! That's the soul-devouring nether fire. Xianzhang didn't even have time to marvel at how Qin Zhao destroyed Kunlai's staff with one strike before he hurriedly warned Qin Zhao. The soul-devouring underworld fire wasn't something living beings could touch. Just as the name implied, this nether flame used soul power as fuel. As long as the soul was not burnt to ashes, the soul-devouring nether fire would not be extinguished. Hiss! Qin Zhao sucked in a deep breath. He directly sucked the soul-devouring nether fire into his stomach. Then it flowed through his meridians to the rest of his body. Then the nirvana flame would burn automatically. That was it. To Qin Zhao, it tasted good. The soul-devouring nether fire contained Kunlai's immense power. It could only be said that Kunlai really suited Qin Zhao's taste. Qin Zhao's gaze toward Kunlai became even more passionate, other than the fact that he could not eat in his human form. Everything about old monster Kunlai made Qin Zhao feel a primitive desire. Eat him! Kunlai could feel Qin Zhao's even more passionate or even sick gaze. What was Qin Zhao after? The only person present who could understand the meaning of Qin Zhao's passionate gaze was probably Emo Han. Kunlai snorted coldly. The terrifying aura on his body became even stronger. Put away your disgusting gaze. Xianzhang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This old monster's strength was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. Just his pressure could heavily injure him. How did his master win against such a monster back then? And it wasn't just once. Qin Zhao could suppress the old monster every time. Kunlai finally couldn't help but attack for the third time. Chen Zhao's gaze was too evil. Even an experienced person like Kunlai could not take it. It was true. That human's gaze was really poisonous. The longer he was stared at, the more panicked Kunlai became. Insolent one, die. Old monster Kunlai was truly enraged. Old monster Kunlai raised his arms with all his might. Behind him, terrifying black smoke began to surge. That black smoke was not some kind of spell, but real magic power. Xian Zheng's eyes almost popped out. Mana! That was magic power that could be materialized. Just how much magic power was needed to materialize it into reality? In reality, Xianzheng had underestimated Kunlai. The black smoke he saw was not the entirety of old freak Kunlai's power. The black cloud that covered the sky was all of Kunlai's mana. However, even though his magic power was terrifying and boundless, even if Qin Zhao and Zhang Tianyi combined their mana, they wouldn't even be 1/10 of Kunlai's. But his killing moves were really uncreative. He'd probably spent all his time gathering mana in the past 1,000 years. There were pros and cons to this method of increasing power. The advantage was that almost no one could outlast him. Yes, no one could outlast him. But more importantly, his combat ability was really not strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been beaten up by Zhang Tianyi, who didn't even have 1/10 of his mana. The black cloud of mana behind Kunlai started flashing with white light. It was extremely terrifying lightning. Lightning that was born from magical power. It was even more terrifying than natural lightning. Boom! Thousands of lightning bolts landed on Qin Zhao. He was so angry that he laughed. This was too disrespectful. Apart from the first time being a little more serious, it felt like he was supporting the enemy. The lightning that landed on Qin Zhao made him feel refreshed all over. It was like he had a hangover and suddenly felt refreshed. It was as if he had a hangover and suddenly felt refreshed, as if he had just killed a chicken. In the eyes of Taoist priest Xianzheng, this move was almost enough to destroy the world. But to Qin Zhao it was nothing. Whether it was him or Zhang Tianyi, this kind of power was normal. They could throw out 8 or 10 in a second with their eyes closed. Qin Zhao even suspected that Kunlai could last a dozen rounds against Zhang Tianyi because Zhang Tianyi wanted him to nurture his 1,000-year bloodline, and he didn't want to dirty his hands. When the fruit was ripe, he would harvest it himself. Thinking of this, Qin Zhao felt like he'd been tricked by Zhang Tianyi. Chapter 2705. It was a terrifying lightning bolt that felt like the world was going to shatter. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Qin Zhao stood where he was unharmed. After absorbing the lightning, Qin Zhao's body was still flashing with electric arcs. Kunlai's expression was the most serious. That was the strongest killing move he could use in his human form. But Qin Zhao was still unharmed? Seems like I've underestimated the heroes of the world. Qin Zhao didn't want to say much. After all, no one wanted to talk to food. But when these words came out of old monster Kunlai's mouth, it felt awkward. You don't have the right to say that. Qin Zhao's attitude was quite disdainful. You have one last chance. Use your real body to fight me. Otherwise, you can die now. Huh. I haven't appeared in the world for so many years. I've just left Kunlai Mountain, and I've already encountered such an arrogant human kid. Seems like if I don't get serious today, I'll really be underestimated. Just then, the black cloud turned into a cloud pillar and descended from the sky. It kept surging into Kunlai's back. It wasn't an immediate change. Instead, it was a long process. With every passing second, old monster Kunlai's aura became more terrifying. Taoist Xianzheng felt like his scalp was going to explode. Previously, when old monster Kunlai used his full strength, he thought that was old monster Kunlai's full strength. But he realized he was wrong. Old monster Kunlai was getting stronger with every passing second. It was as if he had no limit. Right now, Kunlai was like a super saiyan. His chi kept bursting outwards. At the same time, he kept absorbing his main body's mana. Finally, the black cloud in the sky disappeared completely. But Kunlai's main body, which was hidden in the black cloud, also revealed itself. It was a 1,000-meter-long bat-like beast. It was completely black. The giant beast suddenly fell down. But every time it fell, its body would shrink a little. When it landed on Kunlai's head, it was less than 2 meters tall. Then, Kunlai's main body pounced on Kunlai. The two merged into one in a short time. Instantly, a terrifying aura storm rose from Kunlai's body. Kunlai's body also turned into a beast. It wasn't as huge as before, but it was even more terrifying. Kunlai's real body opened its mouth and a murky black gas sprayed at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao, who was about to fall asleep, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Qin Zhao inhaled the murky black gas that rushed toward him. "Junior, do you know that's chaotic chi? You're dead meat." Qin Zhao couldn't be bothered to explain to Kunlai just how awesome he was. At the moment, Qin Zhao's eyes were already shining with endless heat. Old monster Kunlai frowned. He originally wanted to explain how terrifying the chaotic energy was. He used the origin of the chaotic energy and its status in the myths to increase his own style. However, the person on the other side didn't seem to be listening. He was drooling. He's looking at me like I'm food. Audacious! Old monster Kunlai roared. But at that moment, Qin Zhao, who had been silent all this time, suddenly moved. This was the first time he took the initiative to move. Bang! Qin Zhao rammed his head into it. Kunlai's enormous body was sent flying by Qin Zhao. The next moment, Qin Zhao was already standing on Kunlai's abdomen. "You do have some ability. No wonder old Zhang treated you as a hidden pawn." Kunlai clearly didn't realize the severity of the problem. He was still being stepped on by Qin Zhao. Kunlai wanted to flip over, but realized that he couldn't. At the moment, Qin Zhao had gone all out. Not to fight. It was to eat old monster Kunlai. Qin Zhao pounced on Kunlai's abdomen and bit down. Then he used the terrifying power of the small world to compress Kunlai's flesh and blood and then sucked it into his mouth. Under normal circumstances, even if Qin Zhao's appetite was insane, he wouldn't be able to swallow a giant monster in a short time. But with this method, no matter how big the monster was, Qin Zhao could eat it as a dish to go with wine. The terrifying magic power, accompanied by the sputtering of blood, soared several meters high. Kunlai held in pain. "Crazy, what are you doing?" But right now, Qin Zhao's consciousness was mostly taken over by his appetite. That mouthful was filled with dense magic power. It was a sense of satisfaction he'd never felt before. Kunlai tried to resist, but Qin Zhao's punch landed on his body. Kunlai's skin was about to crack. Even the ground behind him was torn apart. "Don't disturb me when I'm eating." Right now, Qin Zhao was covered in blood. Then he looked like a monster who was possessed. Even old monster Kunlai was terrified. Of course, the main reason was Qin Zhao's terrifying style and strength. He wasn't joking or scaring him. He really wanted to eat him. His gaze earlier and the few times he wanted him to show his true form, it was because he'd wanted to eat him back then. From the start to the end, he'd treated him as food. In the past, only he ate people. No one dared to eat him. But today, he'd really met one. Not only did he dare to think about it, he even dared to act on it. Qin Zhao's actions didn't just scare old monster Kunlai. Even Taoist priest Xianzheng and the 3 members of the Yi family were frightened. Comparing Kunlai and Qin Zhao was clearly more terrifying. He was more like a monster. Although he had the appearance of a human, his actions were more savage than a monster's. Kunlai struggled and resisted crazily, but most of the time, Qin Zhao didn't care. It was as if Kunlai's resistance didn't conflict with his eating. Luckily, Kunlai's vitality was strong. If it was someone else, Qin Zhao's few bites would probably kill him on the spot. When Chen Zhao ate, he was rather wild. It could basically be used as a close-up shot in a monster horror movie. Chen Zhao grabbed Kunlai's internal alchemy. Taoist Xian Zheng's pupils constricted. Chen Zhao actually opened his mouth and bit down. Then there were crunching sounds. Chen Zhao's aura also became extremely turbid. Kunlai was still full of energy, howling and roaring. "Give it back! Give it back! That belongs to me!" Chen Zhao grabbed Kunlai's internal alchemy with one hand and looked down at the old monster. "Still alive? That's good. Living things taste better." Kunlai had lived for thousands of years, but he'd never seen such a terrifying person. Was he even human? Even the demons hadn't seen such a crazy person, right? Even with the Kuanping bloodline, he didn't dare to devour demons. This was because any demon race that focused on devouring would basically end up in a state of delirium. Chapter 2706. Burp. Chen Zhao burped. This was after he got the 9 viscera techniques. It was the first time he felt full. But this didn't mean he couldn't eat. Chen Zhao didn't devour Kunlai's dermic power. To be honest, Kunlai's power was unparalleled in the world. But to Chen Zhao, it was like a dish. Someone else's power belonged to someone else. Just like when Chen Zhao devoured magical beasts, he would have some symptoms such as magic allergy. If Chen Zhao took Kunlai's power for himself, the symptoms would probably make Chen Zhao want to die. What Chen Zhao needed was the spirituality in Kunlai's flesh and blood. Just like when Kunlai devoured others, he needed the sliver of spirituality in the body. It was the same logic, but today he was being devoured. Chen Zhao devoured Kunlai's internal alchemy completely. The spiritual energy made Chen Zhao feel delicious. He was even infatuated with this feeling. Kunlai stared at Chen Zhao hatefully, but other than being pressed to the ground and glaring at Chen Zhao furiously, he couldn't do anything. Chen Zhao looked down at Kunlai. Expressionlessly, he raised his arm and slapped down. The moment Kunlai's body collapsed, a huge wave of demonic aura surged out. At the same time, an illusory figure charged out of the body. Kunlai was preparing for his last struggle. Even if his cultivation was destroyed, even if his body collapsed, as long as his soul escaped, he still had a chance to cultivate his body again. But Chen Zhao wouldn't give him this chance. The mouth of gluttony opened. The terrifying mouth covered Kunlai's soul. "No!" Kunlai let out a sorrowful howl. The next moment, what welcomed him was endless darkness. Kunlai's soul was torn apart by the mouth of gluttony. The soul fragments were absorbed by Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao raised an eyebrow. He found some unusual memories in Kunlai's soul fragments. It was Kunlai's cultivation method. It was different from Chen Zhao's own cultivation method. It wasn't from Taoism either, using the Taiying and Taiyang Qi to combine to create chaotic energy. Then, using the chaotic energy to purify the internal sea, opening up an internal world. However, this primal chaos Qi was extremely dangerous to both the enemy and the user. Tempering the inner sea was also extremely painful. Even old monster Kunlai, who possessed the Kuanping bloodline, could not endure this kind of cultivation method. Therefore, he found another way to fuse the chaos Qi into his own little world and refine the little world, allowing the little world's magic power to reach an astonishing level. This was also why Chen Zhao and Zhang Tiany's combined power was less than 1/10 of Kunlai's. However, although this kind of shortcut could allow one to obtain an astonishing amount of magic power and cultivation base, it was not enough. But in the end, he didn't have any battle power. Chen Zhao could even imagine how hard Zhang Tiany had to pretend to be on par with Kunlai every time they fought. Of course, this was just a fleeting thought. Chen Zhao was more concerned about this method of training and what the inner world would be like. Chen Zhao had never heard of an inner world. Perhaps he could ask Zhang Tiany. Chen Zhao glanced at the Taoist priest. Xian Zhen's scalp went numb under Chen Zhao's gaze. It wasn't that he was timid. but that Chen Zhao's previous performance was too terrifying. He was simply a demon. Chen Zhao's gaze landed on the Yi family. The Yi couple was also creeped out by Chen Zhao's gaze. However, Chen Zhao didn't plan to make things difficult for them. Actually, the three of them were innocent. Even if Xiao Yezi was sinful, it had nothing to do with him. Old Amo, let's go. Chen Zhao retracted his gaze and disappeared into the darkness. Emo Han hurriedly followed Chen Zhao and disappeared into the darkness together. Emo Han followed closely behind Chen Zhao. He was secretly observing Chen Zhao's expression. At the moment, Chen Zhao's aura was restrained, but his eyes were full of vitality. Mr. Chen, the spell on your body. Chen Zhao glanced at Emo Han casually. It's gone. Chen Zhao could feel that the 9 visor techniques that he had been afflicted with had been removed. Then Emo Han's heart jumped. At this moment, it was really a moment of life and death for him. His life was in Chen Zhao's hands. Chen Zhao stopped and looked at Emo Han. Emo Han felt his hands and feet turn cold. With Chen Zhao's ferocity, it wouldn't be strange if he killed him. What do you think I should do with you? Emo Han lowered his head, not daring to answer. Okay, I'm in a good mood. I forgive you. Emo Han suddenly raised his head, widened his eyes, and looked at Chen Zhao in disbelief. Is this a joke? Chen Zhao was the most vicious person he had ever seen. Emo Han wouldn't be surprised if Chen Zhao dared to do anything cruel. But Chen Zhao actually said that he would forgive him. He wasn't being sarcastic, was he? Be my dog for 10 years, Chen Zhao said calmly. Emo Han heard Chen Zhao's words. His first reaction wasn't to refuse or negotiate with Chen Zhao. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. I won't be in the country for a long time. In the future, help me take care of my domestic affairs. Okay, Mr. Chen. No, boss. Chen Zhao felt his body. He finally found this feeling. After being afflicted with the 9 viscera techniques, his combat power was stronger than normal. But Chen Zhao didn't like that feeling. It was the feeling that he might lose control at any time. It was as if he had to fight with that violent desire for control of his body at any time. No one knew when desire would overcome reason. At the moment, Chen Zhao was relaxed. It felt good. Just then, an ignorant monster charged before Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao didn't attack. He just looked at the powerful monster indifferently. The monster clearly hadn't figured out his position and the situation. He arrogantly expressed that he wanted to discuss Chinese cuisine with Chen Zhao. Boss, do you want a packet? Emo Han asked. Or eat it as supper? He quickly accepted his new identity and, at the same time, carried out the tasks of his new identity well. No, I don't have an appetite anymore. Chen Zhao shook his head. As expected, it was impossible for a human to swallow that bloody flesh. Chen Zhao had also swallowed those dark creatures in the past, but he only swallowed them with dark lava. I'll leave this to you. I'm going to Jingxin Villa to take a look. Jingxin Villa still didn't know what had happened to Kunlai. The demons under his command were still fighting against the people of Jingxin Villa. Jingxin Villa was clearly at a disadvantage. The only thing they could barely hold on was that the demons didn't dare to attack at full force. Their mission was only to stall the people of Jingxin Villa. Of course, on this basis, it was also acceptable to do a few more dirty tricks to the people of Jingxin Manor. Chen Zhao arrived outside Jingxin Villa and saw the battle at the gate from afar. More than 10 people of Jingxin Villa were fighting fiercely against the demons. But then, Chen Zhao looked up at the sky. Chapter 2707. The black clouds that should have dispersed shrouded the sky again. But this time, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Electric snakes surged in the clouds. The lightning was terrifying, as if it was the end of the world. Apart from a loud boom, each bolt illuminated the world. The next moment, a bolt of lightning landed on the battlefield. A huge monster's true body was instantly roasted by the lightning. Everyone on the battlefield stopped fighting in an instant. They all stared in shock at the burnt demon's true body. Then a godlike figure descended from the sky. Zhang Tianyi. He's here, with anger and coldness. The moment Zhang Tianyi appeared, the morale and situation on both sides reversed. You, damn it. Just then, dozens of cultivators jumped out from the walls of Jingxin Villa. They were all guests of Jingxin Villa. Before this, they'd actually been observing the situation, or rather, watching the show. They could tell that the monsters weren't here to kill. They were only here to stall for time, so they weren't worried about being caught in the crossfire. But it was different now. Zhang Tianyi was here. Most of them didn't know that Jingxin Villa belonged to Zhang Tianyi. But this didn't stop them from making the right judgment. If they still hid now, they'd be making Zhang Tianyi unhappy. Plus, if they performed well, they might catch Zhang Tianyi's attention. Then he'd give them a small reward. Wouldn't that be great? But Chen Zhao, who was also a bystander, couldn't help but sneer. Kunlai was stupid, but he called Zhang Tianyi the right way. He was a shrewd old ghost. Right now, Zhang Tianyi looked like he couldn't restrain his anger. In reality, he'd been here for a long time. Or maybe he hadn't just been here. He'd been hiding nearby all along. Just then, Zhang Tianyi's gaze fell into the darkness. The place he was looking at was where Chen Zhao was standing. Chen Zhao and Zhang Tianyi exchanged a look as if they were very experienced. Chen Zhao didn't plan on exposing Zhang Tianyi's true treachery. Of course, Zhang Tianyi didn't plan on revealing certain truths either. For example, Kunlai's death. He was happy to accept the honor of killing Kunlai. The moment Zhang Tian appeared, those demons were scared out of their wits. Their boss, Kunlai, was nowhere to be found. Under such circumstances, their morale had already hit rock bottom. Many demons wanted to escape. A small portion of them were unable to escape. There were even more timid demons that were so frightened that they prostrated themselves on the ground and begged for mercy. Chen Zhao returned to his room. Not long after, Mo Han also returned. Boss, the Yi family was taken away by the people from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Mo Han said, "It's expected." Chen Zhao shrugged. He wasn't surprised at all. What's within expectations? Just then, Zhang Tianyi's voice came from outside. Chen Zhao had no elegance at all. He slumped on the sofa and put his feet on the table. What do you think? Looks like even without me, old monster Kunlai would only be helping your Mount Longhu. You've misunderstood. Misunderstanding? That old monster Kunlai is so weak. Among my opponents, he can barely be ranked in the top 10. You're telling me that you fought with him for more than 10 rounds and didn't manage to kill him? Who are you trying to fool? Fine, I admit it, Zhang Tianyi admitted honestly. It's not hard to kill him. So you're just fooling me. Not really. That's not it. In the first few rounds, I was only in the Shangqing state. You saw how powerful that old monster was, so I was only evenly matched with him at first. Later on, we fought a few more times. He escaped quickly. Although it wasn't difficult to win, it wasn't easy to kill him. It wasn't until recently that I found out about his plan that I started to think about it. Zhang Tianyi glanced at Chen Zhao. You didn't lose anything either. You're full of energy now, and the haze on your face is gone. Looks like you've indeed removed the 9 viscera techniques. Chen Zhao suddenly grinned. Not only did I not lose anything, I even gained something. Zhang Tianyi raised an eyebrow. If Chen Zhao said he gained something, then he must have gotten something amazing. Thinking about it, what did old monster Kunlai have that caught Chen Zhao's attention? His pure flesh and blood? That thing was indeed very nutritious. For normal people or cultivators, just a little would cause them to turn into monsters. But for them, no matter how much there was, they would eat it for you to see. At their level, they were almost invincible. So the flesh and blood with thick demonic aura was really nothing. But what could the flesh and blood give Chen Zhao? To increase his own spiritual power? With their cultivation level, the amount of spiritual power didn't mean much. Let's compare old monster Kunlai. His spiritual power was strong enough, right? Chen Zhao still pressed him to the ground and rubbed him. Or did it increase the strength of Chen Zhao's body? Although old monster Kunlai's flesh and blood were pure, Zhang Tianyi believed it could increase Chen Zhao's strength, but the increase would definitely be very limited. Chen Zhao's body was already close to perfection. Even if old monster Kunlai gave Chen Zhao 10 portions, he probably wouldn't have any qualitative changes. So, the gains Chen Zhao was talking about were definitely not Kunlai's flesh and blood. Could it be that old monster Kunlai had some other treasures that he didn't know? The more Zhang Tianyi thought about it, the more he felt like he had lost out. If he had known, he would have done it himself. Chen Zhao, do you think you can share some with me? Everyone who sees it has a share, Zhang Tianyi said shamelessly. Huh. Chen Zhao chuckled at Zhang Tianyi. Do you know what an inner world is? Zhang Tianyi's expression changed slightly. Yes, why do you ask? I got old monster Kunlai's cultivation technique, and it's for cultivating an inner world. Impossible. If old monster Kunlai cultivated an inner world, could you kill him so easily? I don't believe it. He didn't cultivate an inner world. He just modified his technique and took a shortcut. Chen Zhao shrugged. You still haven't told me what an inner world is. In fact, whether it's you or me or even the 23rd generation blood Mary and Bifla, the path we've taken is flawed. The small world we've cultivated is also known as the outer world, but we haven't cultivated the inner world. In fact, you don't even know about the inner world. Only our sect of Dragon Tiger Mountain has some relevant records, but they're only records and they're not detailed enough. Cultivating the outer world allows one to see the gods and understand the mysterious world, while cultivating the inner world allows one to comprehend the heaven and earth, and even master the Great Tao. Great Path? What's that? The Great Path is what our ancestors called it. Now, people call it the natural laws. Chapter 2708. Chen Zhao planned to share the cultivation method of his inner world. Of course, it was only limited to Zhang Tianyi, Bifla, and the 23rd Blood Mary. But before that, Chen Zhao wanted to collect some interest. In other words, the method of cultivating the inner world that I have now is an isolated version, right? Zhang Tianyi's smile froze. Tell me, what do you want? The primordial bell you used last time seems to be very suitable for me. It's the method I want to cultivate, Chen Zhao said with a bright smile. Zhang Tianyi's face darkened. Fuck, he'd used that move to block Chen Zhao's attack. Now he was asking for that move. Your fleshly body is definitely harder than my primordial chaos great bell. Why do you need my primordial chaos great bell? How about I give you a few practical spells? They can directly increase your combat ability and increase your strength. How about that? Zhang Tianyi was speaking the truth. Chen Zhao definitely didn't want the primordial bell to protect himself in battle. In his past battles, he'd basically won by charging head-on. Thus, the primordial bell was meaningless to Chen Zhao. His intention for the primordial bell was obvious. He wanted to find the bell's weakness and beat himself up. Zhang Tianyi could already imagine what kind of scene that would be. If you're willing to give me a few more spells, of course, I'd be happy to accept. But I still want the cultivation method of the primordial bell. This condition can't be changed. Don't you have a more professional and excellent team? You can ask them to give you ideas. No, I want the primordial bell. Zhang Tianyi was very upset because Chen Zhao was still holding a grudge against him for the tie that day. This wasn't good news for him. It seemed that he had to develop a few practical skills. At least, he wouldn't be beaten up passively when facing Chen Zhao. But as the saying went, one with strength could defeat 10. In terms of combat ability, powerful strength would indeed make battles easier. For example, Chen Zhao. But Zhang Tianyi's combat ability wasn't displayed in battle. So, he would definitely be at a disadvantage when facing Chen Zhao head-on. Actually, Zhang Tianyi had really misunderstood Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao wasn't fighting Zhang Tianyi at all. Qin Zhao had been reflecting on himself after getting the 9 techniques of dirty arts. In the past, he had faced almost all spell attacks. Basically, I'll just stand there, and your spells will have to pass through my attribute-less domain first. In the attribute-less domain, 99% of the spells were worn down first. Then he used his invulnerable body to withstand it. With Qin Zhao's physical and magic resistance, the spells couldn't even break through his defense. Most of the time, this was very useful and effective. But if he were to encounter the 9 dirty spells next time, no matter how high his magic resistance was, he would directly give him a mental blow. Qin Zhao couldn't guarantee that there was only one dirty technique disciple in the world. Therefore, it was necessary to take precautions. To Qin Zhao, the primordial bell was an awesome defensive spell. At the very least, it could block his attacks. Qin Zhao felt that this was the best defensive spell in the world. In the past, Qin Zhao had seen many defensive spells that were said to be indestructible. For example, absolute isolation, holy barrier, and so on. To Qin Zhao, it was only 1 or 2 punches. Only those who could withstand his attacks would have an amazing defense. To be honest, Zhang Tianyi, Bifla, and 23rd Blood Mary. If he were to face Bifla and 23rd Blood Mary, Qin Zhao was confident that he could force his way through and win. But Zhang Tianyi couldn't. Qin Zhao had no confidence at all. That day, Zhang Tianyi had only been defending. What if he fought back? Qin Zhao had always believed in one thing. When the opponent couldn't kill you, you had many ways to do so. Therefore, Qin Zhao didn't doubt that he might not be able to beat Zhang Tianyi if the battle continued. Qin Zhao couldn't break through Zhang Tianyi's defense, so Zhang Tianyi was undefeatable. Because of this, Qin Zhao wanted the primordial bell. Let me think about it. Even if it was an inner world cultivation technique, Zhang Tianyi had to consider whether Qin Zhao would slap his old face if he handed over the primordial bell. Of course, the main reason was that the primordial bell technique contained some secrets of Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Master sect. Moreover, Qin Zhao didn't plan on taking out the inner world cultivation technique immediately. At the very least, they had to discuss and research together with Bifla and Blood Mary of the 23rd generation. Zhang Tianyi left in a hurry. He needed to see the future of Dragon Tiger Mountain, the 1,000-year bloodline. Zhang Tianyi estimated that he still had a few decades to live, but he definitely wouldn't be able to live until the spiritual Qi tide arrived. If he died, Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Masters sect would have a gap of a few decades. It couldn't be helped. Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Masters sect had many outstanding juniors. There were also many people who were called geniuses, but there was no one who could stand alone. At least, Zhang Tianyi only saw people like Qin Zhao, or maybe only those who were slightly weaker could stand alone. Therefore, Zhang Tianyi had to plan ahead. Also, Zhang Tianyi gave Qin Zhao a deadline before he left. The day after tomorrow. That was the deadline. That thing in the Qinling Mountains was about to appear. Qin Zhao didn't know why Zhang Tianyi was so insistent on letting him fight. Was it because he was familiar with him? Although Zhang Tianyi was a troublemaker most of the time, Qin Zhao believed that the old man would be smart at times. Qin Zhao didn't want to admit it, but Zhang Tianyi was indeed smart when it came to dealing with supernatural events. Comparatively speaking, Qin Zhao was a bit slow. Most of the time, Qin Zhao liked to solve problems with his fists. After thinking about it, Qin Zhao decided to go to Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Master's sect and meet Zhang Tianyi. He wanted to find out what was hidden in the Qinling Mountains. Qin Zhao didn't believe that Zhang Tianyi couldn't solve it without him. There were really many capable people in China. For example, the Taoist nun from Mao Mountain perfected Qingping. Another example was the old Taoist priest who appeared with Zhang Ding when he first met him. They were all above the Shangqing state. They weren't the only ones in China's supernatural world. With just 3 to 5 of that level, they would basically be able to flatten any kind of demon or ghost. Why did they have to trick him back from abroad? The next day, Chen Zhao bought a ticket to Dragon Tiger Mountain. Of course, and Mohan was going with him, Chen Zhao's domestic assistant and bodyguard. However, when he reached the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Chen Zhao stopped. He didn't want to go up anymore. Chapter 2709. At the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain, there was a large group of Taoists holding flags and banners. The banners said, "Welcome, Mr. Chen Zhao, to Dragon Tiger Mountain to exchange Taoist culture and promote long-term friendship." Then there was the sound of drums and firecrackers. Chen Zhao's steps wavered, his expression dazed. "Calm down. I have to calm down now." Suppressing his anger, Chen Zhao exhaled deeply. At this time, a 70 or 80-year-old Taoist walked towards Chen Zhao and Mohan. Chen Zhao didn't know if the old Taoist was someone important in Dragon Tiger Mountain, but he was a normal person. He wasn't an expert who pretended to be a normal person. He was just a normal person. "Hello, may I ask who is Mr. Chen Zhao?" "I am." Chen Zhao had a fake smile. "Who are you?" "Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Zhang Xianqing, the 145th leader of Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Master Sect. I'm also the chairman of the Taoist Culture Association. On behalf of the association, I thank you again for your great contribution to spreading and promoting Taoist culture." I don't understand." I understand that Mr. Chen wants to keep a low profile," Zhang Xianqing said. Chen Zhao still didn't understand what Zhang Xianqing was doing. Or what was Zhang Tianyi doing? "Mr. Chen, when will the donation be delivered?" Chen Zhao rubbed his forehead. As expected, Zhang Tianyi was tricking him. How much did I promise to donate? Or how much did someone promise me? 10 million yuan. Zhang Xuanqing's old face was almost blooming with a smile. Chen Zhao was so angry that his nose was crooked. 10 million yuan wasn't a lot. He could earn it by sleeping at home. However, Chen Zhao really didn't want to pay 10 million yuan. Seeing so many people's gazes, he really wanted to leave. But there weren't just hundreds of religious people here. There were even a dozen reporters. Chen Zhao didn't know what media they were from. Was he that free? This wasn't good, very bad. Chen Zhao took out his checkbook and wrote a check for Zhang Xianqing. After receiving the check, Zhang Xuanqing's smile became even brighter. It was as if he was 20 years younger. "Oh, what position does Celestial Master Zhang have in the Taoist Culture Association?" "Honorary Chairman," Zhang Xianqing said. "He'll be the vice president from now on," Chen Zhao said. I want to be the chairman," Chen Zhao said matter-of-factly. "That's impossible. Mr. Chen, Celestial Master Zhang's reputation and status in the Taoist world wouldn't allow us to do such a thing." Chen Zhao picked up the phone. "Hey, cancel a signed check for me." "Reason? It was stolen." "Wait, Mr. Chen, you can't do that." "No, I can't." Chen Zhao looked at Zhang Xianqing with a smile. "You haven't cashed the check yet. Even if you did, I can get it back. So, I hope you can calm Zhang Tianchi down. He has to be the honorary vice president whether he wants to or not. If I suddenly hear that he's going to resign, his lawyer will probably talk to you about Chinese law." Zhang Xianqing nodded. Zhang Tianyi wanted to discuss Chen Zhao, and Chen Zhao wanted to discuss Zhang Tianyi, not to mention other aspects. At least in terms of status in the Taoist Culture Association, he was a notch above him. "But, Mr. Chen, you're not even a Taoist, right? 10 million can't even buy a Taoist teaching certificate." Monks had credentials, while Taoists had Taoist teaching certificates. A Taoist teaching certificate was actually a bit complicated because the country didn't recognize you as a Taoist, but it recognized that you were a Taoist who had received the teachings of a Taoist master and disciple. It was a bit awkward and a bit roundabout. It was a way for the country to restrict religions. It prevented religions from becoming too big and even causing disasters to the country and people. Can I not take the money? Sure, but I'll use the 10 million to bribe the media to say something that disrespects Taoist culture. Mr. Chin, do you have a grudge against Zhang Tianyi? No, of course not. We're very good friends. Huh, very good friends? Only a fool would believe you. But Zhang Xianqing was just joking. The 10 million yuan was in his pocket. It was impossible to take it out again. Not many people were willing to donate money to religious associations nowadays. Rich people like Chen Zhao were even more in need of resources. If one looked on the bright side with a rich person like Chen Zhao, it wouldn't be bad to recognize a Taoist identity. He could use it as a long-term meal ticket. As for Celestial Master Zhang, he could find someone to talk to him about it. Celestial Master Zhang was reasonable and wouldn't make things difficult for him. After all, everyone was here to spread and promote Taoism. Zhang Tianyi, who was on Dragon Tiger Mountain, received a call. He was so angry that he smashed the phone to pieces. This time, he had shot himself in the foot. Zhang Tianyi called his disciples and grand-disciples and got into position. They were waiting for Chen Zhao to come. When Chen Zhao reached the top of Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Master sect, he saw Zhang Tianyi's troops. Among Zhang Tianyi's troops, there were a few that he knew, but he didn't know most of them. Of course, they didn't know Chen Zhao either. They didn't understand what was wrong with Celestial Master Zhang today. At first, they thought that some enemy had come to attack the sect. In the end, only 2 people came. Ha! Old Zhang. Ha! Chen Zhao. 2 hypocrites. It had only been one night, but they were like long-lost old friends. Warm greetings and hugs. Chen Zhao, give me back the honorary chairman of the Taoist Culture Association, Zhang Tianyi said in a low voice. You're the great Celestial Master Zhang. Why do you care about an honorary chairman? That's a part of my luck. I can give it to you, but you can't take it from me. Ha! I'm relieved to hear that. Chen Zhao chuckled. In the distance, the people of the Celestial Master sect saw the old and young chatting happily. They all felt that Zhang Tianyi's action was unnecessary. They didn't understand why Celestial Master Zhang would make such a big scene. There were only a few people who knew Chen Zhao. They were all terrified. Among them, Cui Xin, the guardian beast of the Celestial Master sect, was the most terrified. She didn't know that Chen Zhao would come, nor did she know why he was here. Prior to this, she had never heard of any news at all. In the past, Chen Zhao had left too deep an impression on her. She had almost died in his hands several times. Now, she just wanted to escape to her room, lock the door, close the windows, and sleep for a long time. Yanghua and the dragon girl, a crabwoman, also knew him. When they were on Demon Island, they had witnessed how terrifying Chen Zhao was. They finally understood that the guy in front of them wasn't weaker than Zhang Tianyi. Therefore, they were wary of Chen Zhao's sudden visit. Chapter 2710. They clearly didn't know that Zhang Tianyi had found Chen Zhao. As for the fight between Chen Zhao and Zhang Tianyi, they basically wouldn't let a third person know. After all, they all had their own personas. Then, Zhang Tianyi dragged him away. The scenery of Mount Longhu was very good. The sea of clouds rose and fell, and the heaven and earth were boundless. As far as the eye could see, there were clouds at the end of the sky and mountains at the end of the clouds. What surprised him was that Dragon Tiger Mountain's spiritual qi wasn't that abundant. At the very least, it seemed to be a level lower than Mao Mountain. As a Taoist sacred land of the same status as Mao Mountain, Chen Zhao did not believe that Dragon Tiger Mountain was so much weaker than the Maoshan sect. That's all there is to Dragon Tiger Mountain, Chen Zhao said deliberately. Zhang Tianyi smiled and didn't refute him immediately. Let's walk around. In fact, Zhang Tianyi's personality was very similar to Chen Zhao's. They were the kind of people who were prideful to the core. Basically, as long as someone slandered them or something about them, they would be punished. They would retaliate without hesitation. It was obvious that Zhang Tianyi was pointing at a cave. Without any cover, it was at the end of the stone path. Chen Zhao and Zhang Tianyi entered the cave side by side. This place wasn't as primitive as Chen Zhao had thought. At the very least, the fluorescent lights along the way, as well as the Wi-Fi coverage along the way, indicated that this was not some primitive cave. After entering this place, the spiritual energy suddenly became abundant. Surprised, Chen Zhao looked back at the hole. There should be some kind of formation set up at the entrance of the cave to seal off the spiritual energy, right? Furthermore, the deeper he went, the more abundant the spiritual qi became. When he was 100 meters into the cave, the spiritual energy had already surpassed that of Mao Mountain. Walking further in, Chen Zhao saw a huge hole. There were more than a dozen people in the cave. They were scattered and seemed to be cultivating or meditating. There was an artifact placed on top of each of the stalactites that emerged from the ground. It could be a bronze cauldron, an ancient sword, or a strange object. Those should be magic tools or magic treasures, as they were called in China. There were many of them, at least 1,000 of them. This is... Chen Zhao looked at Zhang Tianyi in confusion. This is the 1,000 Opportunities Treasure Cave, an important place of Longhu Mountain's Heavenly Master Sect. Zhang Tianyi said, "Those are all artifacts left behind by previous generations of disciples, and a trace of divine thoughts is stored in them. They are gathered here, forming endless spiritual qi, waiting for their fated person to appear." Zhang Tianyi paused for a moment before continuing. "Generally speaking, as long as you're an inner disciple, you can come here to cultivate. If you're lucky, you might even have a fortuitous encounter and obtain a magical treasure to recognize you as its master. Do you mind if I walk around here?" When Chen Zhao heard that the treasures here might recognize him as their master, he already had some evil thoughts. In any case, he would find a corner with no one around and neatly collect a few magic treasures. No one would know. So what if he knew? At that time, he would insist that it was a magic treasure that suddenly flew towards him. In any case, once the item was in his hands, it didn't matter if the magic treasure was willing or not. Zhang Tianyi laughed. He knew exactly what Chen Zhao was planning. Zhang Tianyi had long seen through Chen Zhao's weaknesses. It's useless. You'll only be able to pick up scrap metal. Are you doubting my foresight? Even if these things choose you as their master, they'll be meaningless to you. Also, as long as they don't choose their master of their own accord, they'll lose a sliver of their former master's spiritual consciousness and become ordinary objects. So, keep your filthy thoughts to yourself. You didn't bring me here just for me to stare, did you? You must have prepared some big gift for me, or some divine weapon that no one can subdue and has become a dangerous weapon. So you need me to subdue it. Don't be silly. Zhang Tianyi rolled his eyes and pointed ahead. The direction Zhang Tianyi was pointing at was the center of the venue. It was a stalactite, but there was nothing on it. What, an invisibility magic treasure? No, that's the ultimate treasure of Dragon Tiger Mountain. What do you mean? I don't understand. Where is it? I lost it. Chen Zhao glanced at Zhang Tianyi without saying anything. He waited for him to continue. Dragon Tiger Mountain's Infinite Universe Sword, Mao Mountain's Taoist Robe, and Kunlun Mountain's Primordial Gold Strand were all stolen by a monster. Ha! You must be joking. How can there be a monster in the world that can do that? Chen Zhao really didn't believe it. He put himself in Zhang Tianyi's shoes. He could steal a magic treasure here and then forcefully break through the encirclement. He could barely do it. Then steal Mao Mountain and Kunlun Mountain? Chen Zhao didn't know what sect Kunlun was. However, be it the status of movies or Taoism, both highlighted the supreme status of Kunlun Mountain. So, Kunlun probably wasn't much weaker than Dragon Tiger Mountain and Mao Mountain. The Taoist wushu you saw that day is the leader of Kunlun, Zhang Tianyi said. Chen Zhao didn't say anything. He really shouldn't have come this time. Of course. Chen Zhao remembered Taoist wushu the cunning old Taoist. The old Taoist gave Chen Zhao a completely different feeling from Zhang Tianyi. Wushu had said that his cultivation wasn't as good as Zhang Tianyi's, but it probably wasn't that bad. If Chen Zhao still wanted to fight Zhang Tianyi to see who was stronger, in that case, Chen Zhao really didn't want to fight perfected Wushu. Wushu gave Chen Zhao the feeling that he was a bottomless pit. During the Tang Dynasty, the world was in chaos and the people had no way to live. Stop. Don't give me a history lesson. I'm not a historian, but I know that period of history. All right, back to the main topic. At that time, there was a 1,000-year ancient corpse sealed outside Luoyang City. It was said that the 1,000-year ancient corpse was a great evil from ancient times. In the early days, it wreaked havoc on the human world, causing misery and suffering. It was suppressed by the power of Mount Longhu, Mount Mao, and Mount Kunlun. However, because of the passing of 1,000 years, the world had already forgotten this dusty history. Only the 3 sects had some information about it, but it was not entirely true. At that time, the 1,000-year ancient corpse was reborn due to the heaven and earth's evil qi gathering for a long time. Only then did it attract the attention of the 3 sections. At that time, 2 of the 3 sect masters died and 1 was injured. Only the Maoshan sect master was able to escape, and the treasures of the 3 sects were all taken by the 1,000-year ancient corpse. The Maoshan sect master brought back a piece of news. The 1,000-year ancient corpse wanted to refine the 3 treasures into its body and refine a devil body. Then, the cultivators of the Central Plains fought against the 1,000-year ancient corpse for more than 10 years. The 1,000-year ancient corpse stirred up a monstrous disaster and swept across the Central Plains. Later on, it was discovered that its devil body was formed on purpose to fight against the cultivators of Huaxia. It used its body to resist the cultivators' magic and magical treasures. In medical terms, it was immunity. After many battles, no one in Huaxia could harm the 1,000-year ancient corpse. Finally, a few dozen top cultivators from the Central Plains stood up and fought against the 1,000-year ancient corpse. They risked their lives to seal it for 1,000 years. The day after tomorrow will be the day when it will be unsealed. Chapter 27:11. Compared to the leader of Dragon Tiger Mountain back then, who's stronger? Chun Zhao asked. Should be about the same, Zhang Tianyi said, but I definitely know more spells than him. Dragon Tiger Mountain's heritage hasn't been lost, and many top spells have appeared in the future. If that's the case, you can seal him again, right? Chen Zhao asked. As I said, the 1,000-year-old corpse's demonic body has already been formed. After being attacked by spells, he's immune to them. Sealing him is also a spell attack, so we can't seal him anymore. Can't the country do anything? Chun Zhao asked. Yes, use nuclear bombs, but in our territory? That's the Qinling Mountains, not the border. Is there no other way? Chun Zhao frowned. For example, a top expert from a special organization? None. Yes, for example, I'm registered in a special organization, but it's useless. Our spells are useless against him. Didn't you say that many new spells appeared in the future? Those spells won't work? What I call new is actually just an improvement on an old spell. The basic principle of the spell has not changed, unless it is a truly new spell, the kind that is created from nothing. But since ancient times, especially from 1,000 years ago, the number of spells created from nothing can be counted on one hand, and there is not a single spell that can work in this battle, Zhang Tianyi said helplessly. 1,000 years ago, he should have fought against an enhancer like me, right? Is he immune to physical attacks too? In ancient times, people like you were called Hercules, Zhang Tianyi said. That 1,000-year-old corpse fought with Hercules, but he's not immune to physical attacks. To be immune to physical attacks, he has to kill Newton first. Zhang Tianyi was joking, of course. His meaning was simple. A demonic body could increase one's immunity, but the laws of physics were the foundation of the universe. A demonic body could change one's immunity, but it couldn't change the laws of the universe. Unless that 1,000-year-old corpse was an immortal. If he really became an immortal, then they shouldn't fight anymore. In that case, they should stop fighting and just go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. I don't think 3 great cultivators from the ancient times couldn't even deal with an old monster with a cultivation base similar to yours, let alone an old monster who hasn't cultivated a fiend body. But after cultivating a fiend body, I can deal with him alone. First of all, that 1,000-year ancient corpse was already prepared. According to the records, when he was alive, he was most likely a cultivator with an exceedingly high cultivation. He knew many powerful Tao laws, and because of this, he was able to defeat the 3 senior headmasters. Secondly, their techniques were most likely already broken, and this was the real reason why the 3 senior headmasters were defeated. Moreover, if one of the 3 was a strong warrior, then the outcome of the battle is still unknown. Since the ancient times, there have been many famous strong warriors, but there has never been a truly powerful one. It could even be said that you are the strongest strong warrior since the ancient times, so I invited you back from abroad for this battle. At this moment, Zhang Tiany's tone was quite sincere, because this was the first time he had used the word please. You are the key to our battle. No matter what you say, I won't do it if you want me to die. Just then, Zhang Tiany took out a bank card and handed it to Qin Zhao. What? You want to bribe me with money? Stop joking. Even if you sell Dragon Tiger Mountain, you might not be richer than me. This is the reward from the country. It was originally for me, but now it's for you. Zhang Tiany looked at Qin Zhao seriously. Qin Zhao's expression turned ugly. This old guy was using righteousness to pressure him. I'll say this first, Qin Zhao said. If I find that I can't win, I'll run first. Then, Qin Zhao forcefully took the card from Zhang Tiany's fingers. Let's go. Follow me. Where to? I've prepared a weapon for you. Weapon? You said you've prepared a weapon for me? Qin Zhao didn't mind weapons, but what kind of weapon could he use? Even if he was given an aircraft carrier, Qin Zhao would think that it was too light. Carry a mountain and throw it at him? Most importantly, even metal wouldn't be able to hold it, let alone rock. It wasn't that he couldn't lift it, but that he couldn't support his own weight. Do you know that there's a strongman monument in China? I don't. Why? Since ancient times, thousands of top strongmen have integrated a trace of their spiritual will into the strongman monument. Originally, the strongman monument was placed in the capital, but it was borrowed by the government and sent to Mount Longhu. What's the use of that? What's the use? As long as you get the monument's recognition, you can borrow the power of the strongman's soul. The monument can also change its weight according to your will. Qin Zhao's eyes brightened. Changing its weight according to my will. That's good. Is it for me? Don't even think about it. The monument is used to guard the dragon's vein. It's only temporarily lent to you. Fine, fine. Qin Zhao twitched his lips. Zhang Tiany brought Qin Zhao to a secret room. There was only a table in the room with a plate covered by a red cloth. Removing the red cloth revealed a stone mace. This is the strongman monument you were talking about? It doesn't look. Shut up. It's a national treasure. Be more respectful. Fine. Qin Zhao shrugged. What do you want me to do now? Kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times? Hold it and pick it up. Qin Zhao took a deep breath and grabbed the mace. Instantly, countless divine consciousnesses rushed out of the mace. They turned into phantoms and rushed into Qin Zhao's mind. The phantoms seemed to be real. Qin Zhao slowly closed his eyes. But a second later, Qin Zhao's eyes flew open. At the same time, he lifted the mace. But then he put it down again. What's wrong? This thing is useless. Useless? How? My power is already greater than all the strongmen combined. Qin Zhao said helplessly. That's why it's only handy to me. Also, it's too fragile. I don't even dare to use my full strength. I can't afford to hurt it. Zhang Tiany frowned. greater than the combined power of all the strong men with their souls? Just how strong was Chun Zhao? Because he didn't have a specific number, Zhang Tianyi couldn't accurately judge Qin Zhao's power. But hearing Qin Zhao's words, he was still shocked. The combined power of thousands of strong people. The moment Qin Zhao let go, the table with the plate collapsed and the mace fell to the ground. Boom! The secret room collapsed too. Then the ground shook violently. Zhang Tianyi charged out of the secret room. Then he saw a huge depression in the ground. The center of the depression was the secret room. Qin Zhao walked out of the ruins unhurriedly. You did it on purpose, right? I just forgot to remove the weight of the mace. Qin Zhao shrugged as if he really forgot. Zhang Tianyi didn't believe him. After all, Qin Zhao was the person who understood weight the most in this world, and perhaps in all of history. He couldn't forget how destructive a heavy object could be to the environment. Chapter 27:12. The commotion here also attracted some attention. Cui Xiyin was one of them. She'd been paying attention to Qin Zhao and Zhang Tianyi's conversation. First, she'd seen Zhang Tianyi bring Qin Zhao to the Thousand Opportunities Cave. Then, they'd come to this wooden house that was rather far from the main buildings. Then, they seemed to have gotten into an argument, and even fought. This wooden house had clearly been destroyed because of their conflict. However, their conflict had ended as quickly as it had started. Very soon it stopped again. These were all Cui Xiyin's personal guesses. Qin Zhao and Zhang Tianyi actually knew that Cui Xiyin wasn't far away. However, neither of them paid attention to her. When do we leave? The day after tomorrow, Zhang Tianyi said. We'll take a private plane and arrive before midnight. So, if everything goes well, we'll encounter that 1,000-year-old corpse when the yin qi is the strongest in the world. Qin Zhao asked, frowning. Not only when the yin qi is the strongest in the world, but it's the strongest in the past 1,000 years, Zhang Tianyi said seriously. Why? Why must he choose the best time to die? Because he'll break the seal at that time, Zhang Tianyi said. Zhang Tianyi said, regardless of whether it's the supernatural world or the higher-ups, they won't allow such a peerless great demon to move freely for even a minute. As long as he's given a quarter of an hour, he can completely disappear and cause an unimaginable catastrophe. Qin Zhao took a deep breath. Has something like this ever happened before? Do you know about the Tianqi explosion 400 years ago? Wasn't it determined to be the explosion of Wanggong Residence's gunpowder warehouse? There's no conclusion, but some people in the Huaxia spiritual world and I know that it was an accident in the Dragon Lock Well. I've heard of the Dragon Lock Well. It's said that there's a dragon locked inside. Is that true? In fact, there is a 3,000-year-old firebird locked inside. It is called the Fire Ghost, and it feeds on living souls. It is said that it was trapped by Liu Bowen in the early Ming Dynasty. Later, Zhu Di moved the capital to suppress the Fire Ghost with the Imperial Dragon Qi, Zhang Tianyi said slowly. Even he couldn't tell whether it was true or not. Qin Zhao listened with great interest. Zhang Tianyi continued. The original intention was to use the Imperial Dragon Qi to suppress the Fire Ghost. But as the capital moved north, the Fire Ghost's magical power reached the heavens and earth. It was actually able to devour the Qi of the Imperial Dragon Qi while suppressing it. The Qi of the Imperial Dragon Qi also weakened. This is also why after Zhu Di, almost everyone in the Ming Dynasty was mediocre. There wasn't another emperor as powerful as Zhu Yuanzhang or Zhu Di. In the 5th year of the Tianqi era, the Imperial Dragon Qi finally couldn't suppress the Fire Ghost anymore. As time went by, the Fire Ghost used the Qi of the Imperial Dragon Qi to break free from the seal. Its magical power was also several times stronger than before. It was also at that time that the cultivators of the Central Plains all came out and fought for 100 days, finally wiping out the Fire Ghost. However, the aftermath affected the entire Central Plains. First, the Tianqi Emperor died the next year. Some say that it was because the qi of the imperial dragon qi was weak, causing the Tianqi emperor to lose the protection of the qi of the imperial dragon. Then, the country was destroyed by Emperor Chongzhen. Zhang Tianyi looked at Chen Zhao. This is also why the higher-ups are paying so much attention to it. Not only can a great demon cause misery, but it can also destroy a country. The dragon and old monster Kunlai that I killed before were also great demons, but I think they can only cause trouble in one place at most. Isn't overthrowing the government a bit too scary? Although the great serpent dragon and old monster Kunlai sound like they're on the same level as the fire ghost, they're actually miles apart. Let's not talk about the others. Just these two alone had participated in the fire ghost's calamity back then. At that time, the two of them combined couldn't even match up to the fire ghost. Is the difference that big? You've fought them before. How strong do you think they are? Chen Zhao pursed his lips. He really didn't think they were that strong. I'll find a quiet place to go into seclusion for 2 days, Chen Zhao said. What? You're not confident in this battle? How can I be confident? Would you believe me if I said I'm 100% confident? Where are you going? Dragon Tiger Mountain can provide you with a place. No, you can't. Chen Zhao shook his head. If you're worried about old friends disturbing you, don't worry. Cui Xin can't wait to avoid you. With that, Zhang Tianyi glanced at Cui Xin, who was hiding not far away. Zhang Tianyi roughly knew what Cui Xin was thinking. After all, Chen Zhao had left too deep of a trauma in Cui Xin's heart. No, I just need a better place to go into seclusion. Chen Zhao planned to find a place with no one and then enter the river map. Because the river map was very important, Chen Zhao brought it with him on this trip. If you're not satisfied with Dragon Tiger Mountain, you won't be able to find a better place in all of Huaxia, unless you go to the capital. Zhang Tianyi knew that Chen Zhao was afraid of trouble, so he couldn't go to the capital. Chen Zhao shook his head. I just know a better place. Seeing that Chen Zhao had made up his mind, Zhang Tianyi didn't try to persuade him anymore. What Chen Zhao needed now was time. Chen Zhao could vaguely feel it. The thing he dug out from old monster Kunlai's brain that day was very important. It wasn't crucial to this battle. It was crucial to his future path. Inner world, chaotic aura. Chen Zhao had found a very secluded place. No one would come to this place for sure. This was the second highest peak in the world that was the hardest to climb, Mount Chogo. Chen Zhao dug a crack in the ice himself. After entering, he sealed the crack. Chen Zhao buried himself in the belly of the mountain. In the belly of the mountain, Chen Zhao hadn't entered the river map yet. Suddenly, a strange aura came from under his feet. This aura was completely different from magical power. It was similar to the immortal qi that he cultivated, but it wasn't exactly the same. Chen Zhao used brute force and smashed through the rock layer. As he went deeper, the aura became clearer. By then, Chen Zhao had smashed through at least 10,000 meters of rock and reached the bottom of Mount Chogo. Finally, after Chen Zhao punched through a thick layer of rock, the bottom suddenly collapsed. Chen Zhao fell into a huge lava cave. Below them was a huge lava lake, and in the center of the lava lake stood a tall tower. On the platform of the tower, a withered body sat cross-legged. It was a body that had lost its vitality long ago, but its power still remained. This power had been protecting the body, preventing it from being affected by the surrounding heat. Even its clothes weren't damaged at all. Chen Zhao was very confused about this body. Judging from its clothes, it was at least 300 years old. It also had some bronze items, so Chen Zhao suspected that it might be even older, even more than 2,000 years old. But its power still hadn't completely dissipated. Who was it when it was alive? How could it stay for so long without losing its power? Chapter 27:13. Now, Chen Zhao understood a little. Why was Huaxia the largest region in the spiritual world? Just go to some barren mountains and rivers. Then he encountered an old skeleton that had passed away. This 1,000-year-old skeleton could be said to be a perpetual motion machine. Of course, the so-called perpetual motion machine didn't mean that it was endless. Instead, it was like hydroelectric or wind power. It formed a link with the environment, and from there, it grew and multiplied endlessly. Even if he lost his life, even if he lost control, this cycle was still perfectly preserved. Even Chen Zhao couldn't create such a near-perfect cycle. Chen Zhao wanted to move the skeleton into the river diagram, but the moment he touched the skeleton suddenly turned to dust. At the same time, the thing hidden under the skeleton was exposed. It was dozens of ancient words carved on the platform. They were all hieroglyphs. Chen Zhao couldn't understand what they said at all. Suddenly, Chen Zhao's body heated up. His small world seemed to be absorbing the surrounding flame energy. Chen Zhao's heart jumped. These weren't hieroglyphs. These were the circulation routes. Moreover, this was the circulation route of the small world. This was the foundation of the small world, the circulation route of the heavenly pattern. However, the route extended to the inside of the body. Then it was suddenly cut off. No, he couldn't cultivate it. After absorbing the surrounding flame energy, he wouldn't be able to continue the cultivation method. This cultivation method wasn't complete. Chen Zhao's expression darkened. Was this thing used to trick people? Fortunately, his body was extraordinary. He didn't absorb much flame energy either. If he was a normal person or a regular cultivator, after absorbing the flame energy, he would probably self-combust. This guy had bad intentions, even after he died? Chen Zhao felt that this guy had bad intentions, but thinking carefully, he suddenly felt that it wasn't right. If this guy really wanted to trick people, he wouldn't hide in such an undiscoverable place. Once the terrain changed, this place would probably disappear. Chen Zhao carefully observed the hieroglyphs again. After absorbing the flame energy, there should still be a circulation route. But the flame energy was different from spiritual energy. It shouldn't be absorbed into the dantian. Then where should it be? Chen Zhao started thinking. Chen Zhao could vaguely feel that this circulation route seemed to be somewhat similar to old monster Kunlai's nameless technique. Could it be that this was the completed part of the inner world's cultivation method? However, the inner world needed the primal chaos qi that was obtained after refining the extreme yin qi and extreme yang qi. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be this kind of scorching flame qi. Chen Zhao thought for a while. If he used the cultivation method of the inner world, it seemed a little risky. After all, he only had a preliminary understanding of the cultivation method of the inner world. He didn't know much about it, and now he was using a cultivation technique of unknown origin to fuse it. The risk was still quite high, but there was still a voice in Chen Zhao's mind. It seemed to be constantly telling him that his train of thought was correct. Chen Zhao decided to try this. It was risky, but he was ambitious. Chen Zhao sat down and carefully absorbed the surrounding heat. It was different from the previous passive absorption. This time, Chen Zhao was more proactive. Not only did the flames not resist, but they were even more agreeable to his absorption. After the flame energy flowed through the heavenly patterns on the small world, it was channeled into his body. At that moment, even though Chen Zhao possessed the nirvana flame, he still felt like his entire body was being engulfed by the scorching aura. His meridians were also throbbing with pain. Chen Zhao gritted his teeth and forcefully activated the nirvana flame to repair the damage to his meridians. However, Chen Zhao wasn't worried about the pain that wasn't fatal, because Chen Zhao's greatest ability was adaptability. As expected, in just a few minutes, the burning pain from the flame energy began to subside. Although it didn't completely disappear, it was within an acceptable range. Chen Zhao began to open his inner world according to the cultivation method of the inner world. What was the inner world? The sea of consciousness, its own world. Chen Zhao's eyes turned red and lost focus. The flame energy was absorbed into the sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness was instantly covered by flames. It seemed like it was about to collapse. Chen Zhao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he couldn't stop the cultivation method no matter what. The flame energy seemed to want to burn Chen Zhao's sea of consciousness. The nirvana flame. Chen Zhao immediately fused the nirvana flame into his sea of consciousness. He hoped that the nirvana flame could repair his sea of consciousness. However, Chen Zhao had miscalculated. The nirvana flame could only repair a body with vitality. The sea of consciousness was the source of the spirit. It didn't exist in the body. Moreover, after the flame energy came into contact with the nirvana flame, it didn't weaken. Instead, it surged even more violently. Chen Zhao felt like his head was about to split open. No, the two weren't the same cultivation method at all. He was cultivating in a suicidal manner. He had to think of a way to turn the situation around. Chen Zhao forced himself to calm down and started analyzing. Since the flame energy could be absorbed into the inner world, it should be the same as Kunlai's cultivation method. However, the two weren't the same. This meant that the two had something in common. It wasn't completely out of place. Chen Zhao went through Kunlai's cultivation method in his mind. Since the inner world was called the inner world, it should have something in common with the outer world. What did he miss out on? Chen Zhao's brain worked rapidly. Heavenly pattern. The only difference between the inner world and the outer world was that there were no heavenly patterns. However, this heavenly pattern wasn't his in the beginning. He'd stolen a heavenly pattern from the inner world and then made it his. Could he also fuse the heavenly pattern into the inner world? Chen Zhao immediately fused the inner world into his body. Then he released the flame energy and let the heavenly pattern carry it. As expected, the violence in the inner world stopped. The pain was still there, but the destructive flame energy stopped temporarily. His sea of consciousness also started to repair itself. This was a trick that Chen Zhao had found not long ago. It was a method that Chen Zhao had figured out himself. It was used to increase his combat ability. He'd used it when he'd fought Zhang Tianyi before. Now, it seemed that he'd accidentally found this key point. Chen Zhao was invigorated. He tried to stuff the heavenly pattern into the inner world. It seemed to work. The inner world didn't reject the fusion of the heavenly pattern. The two were very compatible. It was even smoother than Chen Zhao had imagined. Soon, the heavenly pattern had completely fused into his sea of consciousness. At the same time, it felt like the outer world in his sea of consciousness. At that moment, Chen Zhao felt like he had the power to lift the sky. It was the power emitted from the inner world. After fusing with the heavenly pattern, when he channeled the flame energy, it no longer brought Chen Zhao pain. Instead, it nourished him.